Twitch gang, rise up! Hope you're doing well, everyone. How's it going?
Let's turn off the evil voice. I should have a better, more triumphant rise up.
Twitch gang, rise up!
Something like that, I don't know. We've just been playing around 2H. FD Dub recommended I try it in a match, and it worked for a little bit. I think I got my opponent a little upset in the end. It worked until my opponent adjusted to it, then it stopped working, and then it turned into something that I... Anyway, hope you're all doing well. Welcome to this stream. The point of the 2H, though, the 2H game, it was just fun to do. It was fun to do. It was suggested, and it paid off in terms of damage, in-game damage. Bro, it's just like Dungeon Keeper voice. I've never played Dungeon Keeper, or you mean like any random Dungeon Keeper? Yeah, welcome to the stream, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. My name's Nagai, Guilty Gear Old Man, Guilty Gear OG-san, and today we'll be playing some Guilty Gear again. We'll be doing some VOD reviews. For Dizzy, I have my notebook, my Saja Boys notebook here, so we can write down what you guys are doing, and then mid-match, and I'll review that and that sort of thing. Yeah, I didn't want to use the Saja Boys notebook, but my wife has two Demon Hunter notebooks. One is actually the Demon Hunters, K-pop Demon Hunters, and one of them is the Saja Boys. And she's like, you can use this one. I'm like, I don't want to use the other one though. But she's the boss. I gotta go back to that page though. Where was it? Oh, here we go. There we go. Yo, little green bird, how's it going? Sayori, hope you're doing well. Can you skip me today? I figured a bunch of things in the last 2 days that I'm currently practicing. So any game on my replay list is outdated. I imagine you can save time by going through everyone else instead. Let me swap over to YouTube. Okay, yeah, sure. I'll scratch off your name off the list, or Sayori. But if you have more matches or any recent matches you want me to review, let me know. But yeah, welcome. Thank you so much for saying that before I reviewed your older matches and give you outdated information. See, it says more learning. Hell yeah, let's go. Spire Tank, do I add my name in here or some in the Discord? I made a new Discord sub channel. I think that's how you call it. So if you post your name there, I'll be sure to look at it. Haku, hope you're doing well. What's up? I'll let you know, but I'm sure I'll come back at a later date. Yeah, for sure. Sounds good. You know what I think I'll do? Literally only labbing at the moment, says Green, says Sayori. I normally just open up with some labbing, but I think today we'll change it up a little bit. I'll open up with a little bit of matches, actually. We'll do a couple matches, and then we'll do the VOD review. Because when I do VOD reviews, I have an itch for matches. I really want to play matches when I'm doing it. So let's get the matches out of the way right now. And then I'll do VOD reviews, and then we'll do matches after. So today's match review again. Tam, the topic is spreading like hotcakes. Yeah, like a lot of people seem to have liked it. So we'll continue to do it. Gear 9. This sounds like a familiar name. I have no idea that Relay Viewer works. I have no idea what matches I got on the back. Oh, the replay viewer. Yeah. Green Thunder, what's up? For sure. Is that you? Is Green Thunder the same as Little Green Bird, aka Sayori? Alright, you got it? Okay, so I'll add your name down on the list here. Spider Tank. Spider Tank. Alright, Sayori. Okay, I'll have to remember Sayori. Sayori. Gear 9. Why does this name sound very, very familiar? Alright, against Angie, first thing I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna dash block. There we go. Do it again. Just kind of get them the idea that I will keep doing this. I probably shouldn't have done that. This could go bad. That burst would have been nice about now. It's okay. I might pay for this. Side switch. I wrote a few messages on Discord, might be why. Okay, I'm gonna dash block once again. I need to be able to punish that better. Maybe just a thicker button instead of a JK. Yeah, there you go. You love the gift that you dropped in the VOD review? It's like an Agnes. It was a Uma Musume one, right? Oh, here we go. YouTube's better for ads, I feel, if you have premium. All right. Let's back off a little bit now. There you go. I think we want to play around with Ice Field against Angie. Dash ball. Oh my god. Spaghetti. Spaghetti's everywhere. You know, I didn't need to do that. I could have just comboed with a 5K. Let's go. Yo, Cross, how's it going? What's up? Good morning. And good morning, everyone who came by so early. I really appreciate y'all just hanging out. I'm a little bit quiet now, am I? I'm locked in some matches. But yeah, welcome to the stream, everyone. We just started off the stream with some matches, first of all, because I need to get some matches out of the way before I do some VOD reviews. But I am a little bit more quiet, I realize, as I'm doing this. I'm usually a lot more chatty. All's good. I hope everyone's well. Yeah, happy Friday. No, actually, happy Saturday, everybody. Now, let's just do some fake pressure. I guess if I'm air dashing back with the air button, maybe an RC would be. I mean, a faster button would be better, like a JK. A little bit impatient here. You're seeing? That wouldn't have worked anyway. I don't know why I thought a pickup there would be okay. That doesn't work. But yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I guess, wow, my brain is scrambled. Maybe we should be going on to VOD review before my brain just totally disassembles. But we got some matches. Gear, GG's their gear. I feel like I've seen that name before. Maybe it's someone we know very personally. GG's. Do I know you? We do know each other, I'm sure. All right, maybe we'll play one more against this chip, and then actually, yeah, we'll do that. Last one, win or lose. Yeah, it's the weekend, man. That's true. That's true. It's morning, afternoon. By the way, I want to ask about vertical RC. What is the purpose? I guess it really depends on the combo itself. You do get a little bit different physics and a different balance on your opponent. I can't think of a time when you would use it as dizzy. Aside for some, like, maybe some BRC shenanigans. Like, I would use it in, like, some BRC setups. Nice block, or nice, tech. Spire Tech says, I've used it on Kai because of his air routes, but I don't think Dizzy gets much off of it. I can think of one way, which is like a dash forward BRC up to like bait out RCs, I suppose, and also to get you somewhat of a mix-up. Actually, it is a pretty decent mix-up. I'll see if I can do it, actually. I need a throw. Gear, how's it going? Sorry I didn't put... No, I thought I recognized your name. It's like, you're good there, Gear. I saw your name, and then I'm like, okay, I don't remember where I've seen this name before. But I'm like, I'm going to treat this match with, like, the most respect I can. I won't talk, and I'm just going to play and lock in. So... I apologize if I went too hard. I'm like, I don't know if I saw this name in top 8 or maybe in chat. But GG's, man. I really appreciate it. But we were just friends all along. Felt bad not remembering it right away. I'll be honest. In my eyes, you're a top 8 player. So I'm like, okay, I gotta lock in. Plus, there's also the fact that, like, Bronze Sword kicks my ass all the time with Angie. So, like, whenever I see Angie, I'm not letting him go. I'm not letting him go easy. Got it. We got the pickup with the K fish. The K fish and the P fish. Alright, GG's there, GG's. Alright, so that's good warm-ups. Let me show you guys something real quick in the lab then. Yeah, it was a pretty sick pickup. I just went for it. I didn't think that would work, but... I'll show you guys something real quick. The only thing I can think of that is somewhat practical for a RC upwards. I'm glad I got that, Chrissy, because I've been practicing that. FTW, you know what? You guys are more valuable than top 8 for me. I don't watch very much competitive Guilty Gear nowadays. But the names I see on top 8 are just, they're either so different, or I don't know, like, because I recognize old names. Like if FAB was on it wasn't top 8, I recognize that, for example. But all these newer players, I'm starting to recognize them. So BRC stuff for Dizzy. The only thing I can think of, something like this after a throw. So this is something actually Paluna showed me. Paluna sent me a DM and said, "Hey, I think you'd be interested in this, and I should really be using it more." This is definitely Nagai coded, right? Doing something like that. I often go for this, but I always go for the high when I should try to do the low more, of course, because the high gets blocked a lot. So you throw, you set up fish, close slash, dash cancel BRC forward. Sorry, dash cancel forward, BRC up. Dash cancel forward, BRC up. And then you got a really nice JK that can combo into a close slash. And the cool thing about it is that you can do it, you can go for the low. And the low also connects with the close slash pretty easily, right? Something like that. A little bit of tricky side swap there too. Close slash into 2H. That's what's important. Close slash into 2H. Connecting to close slash not as important, but the 2H afterwards is. And sometimes you do get that close slash connection, but the 2H doesn't quite connect. Right? It's pretty strange looking, but a really neat advantage of this is that it's actually got a little bit of BRC protection, or rather, sort of YRC protection with that BRC. So as you BRC upwards, if they guard cancel YRC on the first interaction, which a lot of players do when they panic, and if they don't have a really good reversal, or a reversal at all, we're talking about like Happy Chaos and Zato. There's another character that doesn't have a reversal, right? robo-ky? I forget. I don't know. I'm not too sure. But anyway, no, all good. Haven't been in a while. I've been heading to bed right as you start your stream most days. Yeah, I've been streaming in the morning nowadays. Hey, Gear. That's why we haven't seen each other in a while. I think you want to be a little bit quicker than that, though. It does require a little bit of speed between the dash and then the up BRC. I want to do this more, actually. This is a gift from Paluna, so I should highly value it. And the idea that the reason Paluna came up with this idea was that she was telling me that people weren't respecting the safe jab enough. Or rather, maybe they were just blocking it too much, right? She does this a lot, right? 2P into 6H. Or 2P into something. So this is kind of something that she kind of thought up of. Trying to find something to add on to that. So that you get a little bit more in terms of damage and also in terms of block pressure. Does it beat DP in any way? No, unfortunately not. DP and reversals will beat this. Right. That's the downside of it, but everything has its ups, everything has its downs. There's always a risk when there's a benefit, right? In one way or another. But yeah, we got a nice pickup on that in the match there too. I'm really glad I got it. It looks something like this. Right, 2K2D, K-fish, PH, K-fish, regular K-fish, into PS fish, dash up. Yeah, it was a premeditated setup, but it doesn't always work. But I was really happy that I did that time. Beauty. All right. An additional option select. This one isn't an option select. It's just some. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's an option select. It's meter. How do you say it's just a way to get into a high-low that is somewhat protected. Not quite an option select. We're not doing one single. Well, I guess in a way, option select is you do one single input, and it covers multiple options. I suppose it is. Yeah. In a way, it's the most loose form of option select, as maybe not as there is, but it's a lower tier option select. There are more elegant option selects out there for sure. All right. So let's go ahead and check out some matches from our viewers here. Starting off with Foxhound. To see if we can just straight up find Foxhound in the search. All right. Okay, Foxhound. Oh my god. I'm playing with this new keyboard here. Okay, I don't think this is Foxhound. I'm just gonna check my Discord real quick to see where I can find Foxhound. Typing is hard. We get it. No, typing isn't that hard. I'm just bad. Oh, Foxhound's got some match vids on that are low quality on online. So this will be very reminiscent of old days. I'm using a new keyboard. Look at this. Because it fits in my... I have a small desk and this fits in my desk. Let me see if that works. Yeah. This is this keyboard that I'm using for this computer. And my normal size keyboard looks like this. Uh-oh. Right. I'll give you a size comparison. It's like disconnecting and reconnecting, right? Alright. What is going on? Alright, there we go. Hopefully it's not going to keep beeping. Alright, so I don't think we can find Foxhound on the player search, so we'll just take a look at their recorded matches that are lower resolution. That's okay. Give me 1 sec here. It's on Metal? I don't know this app. Man, I definitely need more coffee here. I'll show you guys what it looks like on my screen. All right. I don't know if we can up the quality. 550? Does that make it bigger too? This is as big as it gets, I think. I'm gonna full screen and then maximize it. Oh. There we go. Something happened to my screen for a sec. A super flat one. Yeah. It's a very... But it fits on my desk. Alright, here we go. We got a match that looks like this. I can fix this, though. Good morning, Genmu. How are you doing? Okay, it's actually... My monitor's actually bugging out. Hold on. Let me try to fix this. Whenever I full screen it, it crashes a little bit. But that's okay. Good morning, Hazel. Good morning, Genmu. We're continuing on with match analysis, VOD reviews, and this is one that Foxhound sent to me. So we're going to take a look at it. Copy, paste this. And I'm going to maximize it. Here's what we're going to do. A little bit of stream magic here. It says this is as from the browser or the footage that we have. This is as best quality as we got. But you know what? It doesn't look too bad, does it? There you go. All right, breakfast time. What's for breakfast again? I got wafers and this time jasmine tea. All right, let's check this out. So let's rewind it just a little bit. Actually, I want to notice what happens round start. So this is JK. I actually like jump K round start against Angie. Just cash on a little bit of damage on the ice spike ice field. Far slash into far slash again for the clash cancel. What do we do for a throw? Got some RC stuff. Okay. Oh, oh no. I thought that was I actually thought that was really good until the end there, of course. But you know what? It is what it is. Sometimes you just have to work around the jank. Jank happens. Okay. It's kind of okay. Unfortunately, that happened. It's funny, but at the same time, hey, we would have won if that didn't happen. It was a good read. It was a phenomenal read, actually. But sometimes that's how it be when you fight against Angie. That kind of stuff, though, will stick, right? You won't forget that. So next time you beta Angie super, you'll be more wary of that second hit or the hit that goes behind. So I think this is the only match that was sent to me. Let me just double check. Yeah, Foxhound. Or maybe Foxhound just wants to review that particular match. I don't know how much detail I want to get into this. I don't like to just give advice off of one match because it's not a very good, not a really good sample size of, like, if I start telling people what they should be doing after one match, like, it's a little bit disingenuous from my point of view, and from me anyway, to do that after watching one match, right? But if you want me to talk about this, I can. I'll say a bunch of good things and I'll say a bunch of silly things that we can nitpick, right? Mashing during wall breaks. Live by the funny, die by the funny, I guess. It was a good bait. Okay, let's take a look at it from the beginning again. It's only 2 minutes. So this is Foxhound. I'll write your name down. Foxhound. So I actually like this round start where you just jump in, right? Sometimes when you jump and do jump JK and they dance, you proc the dance and you avoid the follow-up, basically. The problem with that, of course, is that if he does Ko, the anti-air, which not very many Angie players will do as their opening hand. That's more of a thing that they do later on once they condition the opponent or once they figure out what the opponent's round start options are like. They might open up with Ko, but usually you don't. So I like the JK. I don't know if, like, that's what I used to do all the time with Ram, but I never really did it a whole lot with Dizzy. Actually, you know I lie. That's a straight up lie. I do it all the time with Dizzy. Alright, so we're cashing out on our Ice Spike Ice Field, which is good. I think we could have done a little bit more with this. With the first one. But maybe no, I think this is just fine. If you want to cash out on damage, this is just fine. Cash out on damage and do and like push him to the wall, get some more real estate. We got the wall break. I like that. Flash cancel the far slash again. Yeah, by the way, if you see the light kind of flash, it's because my monitor that I'm watching is disconnecting, reconnecting for some reason. And I'm watching it from another monitor. Yeah, the pencil, let's go, not my Skype. What's up? I'm trying to ignore the fact that it's happening though. Acting like it's normal. Okay, so this is obviously this is a disaster. This is by not of any fault of Foxhound, I don't think. I think Foxhound had a fantastic read. But like everything here though, like the RC from the throw was good decision making. Cause like and to not breaking the wall rather. Don't break the wall, just keep the wall. RC, get Wings of Light, set something up. You know, you have this premeditated combo. You don't break the wall. Perfect. You can do some sort of setup. I like that idea. Because if you spent meter and broke the wall, he's still going to be alive. You're going to get positive bonus, I suppose. But he's got meter. He's got his burst back, basically. But this is just unfortunate. And it happens, so. Things like that are good to happen, and I'm hoping this is a casual match. Because you'll never forget. It's a harsh lesson, but it'll help you down the road. And of course, this is what just Angie does. You give Angie an inch, he'll take a mile. The only thing positive we can take out of this is that our burst is back now, right? Before this wall break, we had 0 burst. So these are things that you want to think about, if you don't already think about it, right? When you're losing a round, or when someone takes the round from the jaws of defeat, right? At least you can take a little bit of victory knowing that your burst is back for the next round, right? If you've killed the opponent that round, you'd had 0 burst, yeah, you'll be fighting Angie without burst, but you would have won a round, of course. Okay, then we use her burst. He's his burst. Okay. Alright. Of course, Angie's at an advantage at this point. We should figure out what we want to do against Hot Dog after, actually. I'm not seeing it here, but I played Angie earlier today. And the hopping Hot Dog, when he... the Hot Dog being the fan toss when he jumps in the air, after that one right there. I don't have a good response to it. I have a very, very poor response. And every time he does it, it should have been like, oh, I had the chance to destroy him. But instead, we don't have that in our hand, right? We don't have that ready to go. Okay. And is that it? Okay. There's not much to talk about, I don't think. It's just, a lot of this is just Angie doing Angie things, and for the most part, Foxhound did the right things. It's just unfortunate. Like you start blocking Angie, you kind of have to. I wouldn't say you don't give up, but you have to accept the fact that he is at its best at that point, and you know, if he beats you because he has you in the corner and you have no defensive resources, and he does high lows and it's really tricky and it's opening you up, then that's just how he is. Just as much as how Dizzy is when she puts an ice field out and throws up projectiles, right? We just have to kind of lean into our strengths, and this is Angie leaning into his strengths right here. So, not shouldn't feel too bad about that. FTW says, I think H Sword was quite the gamble. A sword, yeah. So A sword probably not the best move to like stick out against Angie, or any kind of like quote unquote melee special attacks, right? Um, in terms of like the longer reaching projectiles, longer reaching special moves, the better ones to throw out are things like Ice Spike, right, or Fire Spear, because as projectiles, it'll interact with Angie's dance, and it won't freeze Dizzy herself, right? It'll freeze the projectile in Angie. So, first of all, let's close this. Actually, it's like bugging out my screen. Get rid of this now. Let's go to training mode. I'm gonna close this up. But let's address a few things for Foxhound and that, because they requested me to take a look at that. The good is great reads, good conversions. Again, I can't really give you too much in terms of like total advice on what to do, because we just only saw one match. One match isn't enough. But let's just use that H sword as an example here. So we want to use less, less longer reaching moves that connect Dizzy, like that they're Dizzy longer range moves, and use more projectile longer range moves if we want to like kind of tag them at a range. I'm not explaining that very well, but I'll just show. So let's go play as, yeah, let's do this. Angie, player 1, and Dizzy, player 2. Chap says, I did check my replays. Seems like it's only really saved matches from last night. Jason, how's it going, man? What's up? Hope you're doing well, man. Jason from the Facebook. Yeah. We do this. I mean, the notebook thing is a new thing, because it's hard for me to kind of like review and then like write it down and type it down. So we're writing it down on a notebook. But again, there's only one match that I had to review, and let me show you guys what I mean by the H sword thing. So we saw Foxhound. This is a pretty gambly thing to do. Like, it's good if you trade or if it's an actual counter hit, because you can combo off it, right? You can pick up with the Ice Spike and then go for more of a combo, a bigger combo. But heavy, of course, heavy sword can be dealt with in instant air dash, and it can interact with dance, right? Dance, in this case, will freeze Dizzy and also Angie. What's the move? What's fish? Is fish? Fish is what? Force will go back punch. Okay. Right. Now, if we did Ice Spike instead. First of all, Ice Spike does have a little bit more coverage to instant air dashing. Right. Not the best. But now, look at that. I'll do a little bit better. So I'll do, and then block. So Dizzy has more time to interact before, or rather after. I'm still getting punished, but you can probably Ice Spike and PRC back when you couldn't do that with McKill Sword. Okay, maybe this isn't the best example here, but you can at least notice that Dizzy escapes her block sooner than a McKill Sword. Right. Why is it not always working? It's like, oh, it's Corsical back, isn't it? That's it. compare that to Mikhail's sword. So more recovery on, quote unquote, more recovery on long range special moves that are connected to Dizzy. Less recovery on actual projectiles. So like Fire Spear, also not a bad option. Right? I'm like so free after this. I can block. Right. There you go. I'm too quick, that's right. Facebook since when? I also restreamed this on my personal Facebook. Just in case friends and family wanna take a look and see what I'm doing. But yeah, I'm too quick. Maybe that was it. So that's something that we could try and do. Let's talk about. Okay, this is actually kind of for me to do, and less for Foxhound. I'm gonna write it down. We'll do it after because we gotta focus on what Foxhound is doing. I want to know how to deal with what is it? The Rekka into hot dog. I mean, we saw the Angie do this once, where he did hot dog. One of these, right? And he can move in forward or backwards, right? So what I'm gonna do actually, I'm gonna put Angie in player 2, Dizzy in player 1, and we're gonna test out different ways to deal with this. So as you know, if he gets away with this, he's plus on block, so he continues his turn, right? So just to kind of show you guys, and we'll turn on the frame data here too. Bam, bam. Hot dog. He's +7. He continues his turn. It's like as if we did Fire Spear, right? We did Fire Spear, we're +8. We continue our turn. So from here, you can run in and do another thing, or do another far slash into another Rekka. So after you block this, you shouldn't do anything. You should. I mean, I shouldn't say that. You shouldn't always do nothing after that. But it's a good idea to hold on to your block, right? Be defensive, because +7, he can far slash, catch you up backing, and that sort of thing, or do or his turn's not over yet, basically. So what I do, I try to react into a JK, but I don't really get a whole lot out of it. Like, what do we do here? I'd have to like JK and like air dash forward and do like a little pickup. But it doesn't always work out in my favor, right? I'm not always ready to do this. There's gotta be a more okay, there you go. I was gonna say there's gotta be a more aggressive way to deal with this, because we have to really if he's getting away with this and our punish is like a very difficult sort of thing to link, and it doesn't do a whole lot of damage, it's not going to stop him from doing it more, right? So we need to make sure we kill him for doing this. JH might be the option. Air grab might not be a bad option too, but he can also do it backwards, right? Might get him out of air grab range. So maybe JH is the best option. Now, luckily in 2.0, Dizzy's JH has a lowered hitbox, so you're more likely to hit him if you're a little bit late on it, right? So maybe I should be doing this more against my friends who play Angie. Otherwise, we're just gonna get smoked every time. He's gonna continue his pressure. Yeah, he can be a little late on it, I think. But how late can he be? If I just jump? Yeah. It's a nice fly swap. Okay. But that really wasn't a Foxhound specific thing. Yeah, I'm not too sure what to talk about for Foxhound, I'll be honest with you. Foxhound, if you have more matches, let me know, and I can go over them. But for now, let's just say, yeah, it's like one match, but it's only 2 rounds, so it's hard to know. Send me more stuff. But for now, don't H sword. Try not to H sword unless you know he's gonna not dance and not jump at you. I think H sword is actually not a bad option if you're like if you don't really know what to do. You just have to have coverage. Like, let's H sword when we have fish out. And the reason why I'm saying this is because H sword is pretty safe on block. Actually, it is 100% safe on block, especially if you don't hit at like point blank range. So sometimes people just kind of hang back because they see that P-fish, but then you can do a little bit of chip damage just by doing H sword. And if they jump, that P-fish is there to kind of cover you. So yeah, it's high risk, high reward. But it becomes less risk when you have something like this out. It's kind of risky against Angie too. Especially since he has a dance attack, right? You can just dance right through it. Now, a tip that I got from the many Angie players that I've played over the years is don't be afraid to use these long range buns still, especially if you have meter to PRC. So like, let's just say he dances, PRC back, right? Connect with the H sword to the dance and then PRC back, make it safe. So, I don't know, try to experiment with that as well. So let's write that down and then I'll go on to the next matches, which is the chat from Canada. Should have a larger sample size. I couldn't find any other matches for Foxhound. So once again, if you have matches like available, let me know. So H sword. I'll just say needs more matches for proper analysis. Lysis. H sword. Kind of risky. H sword's kind of risky. Without coverage. Is not kind of risky, is risky with. Use P-fish. Cover. Use other quote-unquote projectiles. Actually, no, these aren't quote-unquote projectiles. These are projectiles. Other quote-unquote, not other longer range specials that are projectiles. Better interact with dance. You know what? There's actually a pink elephant in the room here in regards to those matches, and that is when we baited in the corner. Angie did his super, it procced, but we got smoked. So what I'm gonna do? We got smoked and then we got wall broke. So it looked like this, right? So let's just see what we can do against it. I think that's a really good thing to address. So we're gonna get Angie to do his wake up super on recovery. I'm gonna guess it's this one, right? Yeah, that's it. If you ever see Lost Power recordings gone. Oh no. Alright, so it looks something like this. We're gonna go and do a little knockdown here. 2K2D, fish, and then we're gonna jump. So it looked like that, but the punish got punished. Right? Except it was a lot more aggressive than that. It was like we got wall broke. How did it look? There we go. There is the reenactment of it. So what do? We bait it out. We have to hit between the two, right? Get in fast enough to hit before the second hit of the super. Right? And blast them. Ace sword? Yeah, if you want to stay away, ace sword for sure. Right? Ace sword will do it. But what if we block the second hit from behind? I don't know what the frame that is. Yeah. It at least lets you block fish even if you can't fully avoid it. Yo, King Rex, how's it going, man? What's up? I reckon S spike hits too. If you're out of time to dash in. Yeah, ace sword or S spike. Thing about spike, although it is probably the safest thing to do. You can punish, but the damage from the punish isn't going to be too strong due to the damage proration. Ideally, we want to do something huge like that, right? But then there's damage proration after this too, right? So I guess the best thing to do is actually hit in between, if you can. So let's do a Daiji type of thing, right? Close at 2S. Something like that. So you'll get the most damage out of something like that. But it's kind of scary, isn't it? To run in and try to hit between the buttons. Let's see what happens if we block this. Okay. He's -1. That's not very good though. Agema-sen. Yeah, he's +3 or +1. Oh no, sorry, -1. He's still safe. That sucks. What happens if you are in front? Okay, so it's not a guard crush. Interestingly... Oh yeah, he's still -1. Okay. Block this. Oh wait, and if you block it from the front... You can't punish it, or can you? Block here. Is there a gap? I don't know if there's a gap. How do we tell? Block this, hold up back. No, there's no gap there. Right? If I hold up back, block the first hit holding up back, I'm not getting hit. Really? I thought there was a gap there. Weird. Okay, so just go behind, I guess. Yeah, okay. So that's good to know. That's good to know, so we don't get smoked. Smoked into wall break. There you go. So just as long as we don't get that. As long as that doesn't happen, we're good. So hit between the two. I didn't know this, by the way. I never really like super lap this out. But yeah, I guess if you're really really being apprehensive, you can H Mikhail sword, you can S spike. But ideally, you want to hit between the two Angie hits. Okay. All right. Let's take a look at the next one. That chat from Canada. Actually, you know what? Let's write that down before we do it real quick. Dealing with Angie's super. If we can get behind him during the proc, let's do it between the two Angie hits, or H sword, or S spike. Okay. I think that's the most I can squeeze out of that one. Alright, that chap. Can we stay in the air with JD? Oh, you mean when he does a super? You mean like that? I guess you can like air dash back. There we go. I don't know if this is any better. This is probably the fastest thing that you can do, actually. You're hitting... Oh, or maybe not the fastest thing, but like the heaviest button you can push, the soonest. Yeah, anyway. Alright. One of them... Spider Tank says, one of my favorite obscure super details is that you can interrupt Kai's RTL with a grab before the last hit if you block. You get no reward, but sometimes you gotta send a message. Yeah, that's true. Especially if it includes an IB and then grab. That is sending a message for sure. Alright, so the chat. I'll be honest with you guys, I am feeling a little bit off right now. I might need to take a short break, get some water, just do a little stretching, get more tea or something like that. But I'm having one of those days where it's hard to put words from this thing right here. Alright, hero, chat from Canada. Yeah, coffee is good. I don't have coffee upstairs though. I only have tea, which is probably a good thing. You know, I don't want to over medicate and that caffeine. Although, I mean, that's what tea is. You see what I mean? I'm like having troubles with my talking. What about watermelons? I think we're out of that. So chat from Canada, fellow Canadian. All right, chat. Let me know if there's a specific type of match you want me to watch. Oh, not again? What do you mean? What's going on? Breaks are important. I'm gonna check the Discord really quick to see if there's anything specific. And Foxhound, if there's any other matches, if you're around, let me know and I can go back to you. That's totally fine. So the chap, I believe, just plopped down their their name. Might have to go down a bit to find ranked matches. Last one was Nago, if I recall correctly. I don't have any preferences. I'm curious just to hear your thoughts. Okay, good. So, yo, Zevotron, how's it going? I finally sat down and did my Jam Vanquisher session. Let's go. How'd you do? Pick whichever. I just wouldn't recommend the testament matchup. Lots of misinputs. That's funny because I was gonna go click on one. That was like the first one I was gonna go click on, but that's okay. Let's go with the soul. All right. So first, I'm gonna make a page here for you. 52-2. Damn. That was your score. That was your win-loss. I wish the Blue Jays were like that. Actually, that would be pretty impressive if any MLB was like that. All right, chat from Canada, my Canadian brethren. All right, while I do this, can you get me some Timmies? A double-double would be nice. All right, so first thing I want to... Of course, the first thing we're going to pay attention to is round start, but we're gonna make mental notes of what we do round start. Make mental notes of what we do on knockdowns and in neutral. So round start, far slash against Soul. Okay. Pushing buns. Ice Spike, Ice Field. When he's approaching. Kind of scary, but we'll just see. Maybe that was a panic. I do that all the time too, actually. Just you might want to just test to see what your opponent likes to do. Nice, I love it. Air dash back. Mix-ups. Okay. So Hacker Pup is the opponent. They play Soul, of course. And they play a Soul that can combo. Alright, round start. Or neutral wall break. Alright, what adjustments are we going to make? Last we saw far slash round start. What we do now? Nothing. That's okay. Sometimes doing nothing is actually really good. Sometimes better than doing something, to be honest. Oh, yeah. Next we have burst, but I'd hold off on it until right here too. Okay, Ice Spike, Ice Field. Okay, yeah. Soul really struggles against Ice Field, so I think this is it's a pretty valid strategy to just lean towards. Like right here. Hold up, got nice cross up. Like instead of getting the wall break. Oh, nice, I like that. Oh shit. Instead of getting a wall break that might reset the situation, might reset the neutral. Sometimes it's better just to keep the wall and Ice Spike, Ice Field against Soul. Soul and also Leo. Okay, I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna keep watching here. Yeah, nice. Good catch. What do we do here? I like that a lot, actually. Okay, some uh-oh. Paluna VV sort of set us, but you did what I do, which is drop it. Nice. Unfortunately, high wall stick, but good clean up on the comeback. Yeah, great 5P for sure. All right, let's put things in perspective. That chat from Canada is Vanquisher 1484, right? Not too far off from me. So I'm not going to be critiquing a whole lot. We'll just kind of give our thoughts. And if there's anything that's glaring, we'll make sure we point that out. But so far, what I'm seeing is pretty solid. Some wild decision making from the start, but that could just be because you want to just test your opponent, right? If we can test your opponent, if we can get away with like a lot of knowledge check stuff, which, yeah, if you can get away with knowledge check stuff, if they're not comfortable with the matchup, you kind of roll with it until they become comfortable with it. There we go. I did ultimately lose this set though. Yeah, it's couching. That's right. It's couching, not coaching this time around. We're just chill. Okay, let's watch the next one. No, that chap just wanted me to just take a look at this. It's fine. We're buddies. And I also asked if anybody wants me to review. So I don't think that chap needs a whole lot of coaching / couching from me. Potato, potato. That's right. Bar slash. Actually, let's talk about what's good round starts versus soul. Okay, what do we do? I like the idea of that. If anyone was wondering what that was, why did we drop the combo? It's because soul had the burst. A jump cancel attack into a jump is there just to bait it out, but the soul was not taking the bait. This is Canadian style, right? Air dash back JK. This is what we do. Good punish. Ooh. All right, let's pause it right there. So I think you're going for a safe jump, right? Not that you need a review of them, but we should, just for the sake of going over safe jumps and that sort of thing for anyone else, we should talk about that. And again, that chap does not need to hear me talk about safe jumps. He hears it from me all the time. But there are some premeditated safe jump setups. I think we were going for something that looked like a safe jump. I'm sure chap knows that isn't a safe jump. Oh, misinput. It was a misinput. Okay. All right, let's move on. Far slash. I wonder we should look and see if far slash beats a lot of soul options. Yo, Kenja, how's it going? Good morning. I Touch Stars asks, are safe jumps super important to Dizzy? I wouldn't say they're super important. They're as important as any other character. They're pretty easy to do. It's more of the situational thing, right? Like, if you know your opponent likes to DP a whole lot, yet they don't know what a safe jump looks like, you do a safe jump, right? If you just want to apply pressure without fear of the DP, then you do a safe jump. But there are other options too, of course. Dizzy, generally speaking, can just do projectile leading pressure, and she doesn't need a safe jump. But some situations, like after a grab, you don't have the ability to set out a projectile before you don't have the fish won't bite as they wake up, basically, after a grab. So there's some situations where it's almost impossible to get fish leading pressure, like perfect fish leading pressure. So then you have safe jump setups for that if you want. All right. There's a burst. Yeah, burst bait again. That's a lot of defensive resources potentially from Soul. What do we do here? Okay, there's the burst. All right, there's a loss. I'll be honest with you, chap. I stopped paying attention at some point to talk. Let's watch the next one and then we'll watch that one again. I gotta stop talking. You know me. When I talk about safe jumps, I keep talking about safe jumps. Okay, so next one. Round start. We saw a lot of far slashes. What do we do here? Dash at 5k. Nice. I like how you're cycling your options there. Okay, good anti-air 10 to 5p. Okay, let's focus here. Nice ice spike. Ooh. Do you do that often? Ice spike into 2k2d fish and then jump over them? Let's take a look into that. Good anti-air. Fish. Nice. Yeah, I like it. I can see my gameplay in here. That one I definitely got greedy. Too much aggression comes up. TD, let's get behind him. Steal the corner. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, I like that. Setting up P-Fish and then doing, yeah, normals that would catch him at range and also catch the Vortex, which is the grounded move, low profile grounded move. Blech. Okay. I think it loses two things. I haven't really specifically tested what. We'll take a look at that. I might steal it if it's really good. But I feel like, yeah, let's test it out. Alright, what do we do on defense here? Is he gonna... Oh, he's baiting out the super... No! Why not, though? Why not? It's funny, like, not that you should do this at all, and nobody should actually do this. I don't encourage this, but sometimes I like to gamble pretty hard and start mashing when I have 50% meter, they get the wall break, they have no meter, right? They're expecting... I'm thinking they're expecting me to super, so I mash 2P on wake up. 2P or 2K. And that gamble, sometimes it works, and when it does, it sets up the next round for, you know, if I win it, basically. It sets up the next matches, sets a scene for me to do. I guess what I'm trying to say here is it makes them think about that more, right? I do a little bit of mental damage. So let's go take a look at the ice spike. Ice spike, freeze, pressure. So that was 2K 2D fish jump. That looks like something I do, actually. Something I would do for sure. Okay. The chat couching Nagai now. Yeah, it goes both ways. Spartank says, the amount of times I have to reread a page of a book because I get mentally distracted. Yeah, that's what I did. I get mentally distracted about... Usually when it comes to safe jumps, when someone asks me, oh, is it worth it? I get into it. I'm like, you know what? Sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. Zevotron says, choosing burst bait is usually also heavily dependent on how much resource you risk gaining or not gaining by doing it. Sun's in my face now. Turn down. There we go. That should help. I didn't take the first bait. I think I got the second one. Yeah. I think 2P can smack that setup, but you can change fish placement to bait it. Alright, let's take a look at another one here. Yo, the chat playing Sin? Uh-oh. The Grey Knight, how's it going? Good morning. Alright, let's just take a look at these matches up here. Let's take a look at this single match against Geo. So, the first thing I think about when I play Geo is that 90% of Geo's round start walk back. Let's see if that happens. Yep. Or backdash back anyway. So what I do is 90% of the time in round start, I will just dash forward, see that she walks back, and then 2D. Sweep the leg. This is scary against Geo. We don't really want to be using long-range projectiles or moves that leave you heavily punishable on whiff. Geo thrives on whiff punishing, so we got to keep things short and compact if possible. Easier said than done, obviously. Especially since kind of our default as DZ players is to use our longer range buttons. Oh, we got... You do something here. Oh, nice! I love it. Fire Spirit, nice. Good pickup into super. Oh, you just did the match? Okay, I'll refresh to get the full set. There's a burst bait. Got lucky with the gold burst. Okay, now, yeah, we got a kill here. Perfect. No, not perfect, but that was great. Good finish. Oh boy. Nice. Okay, there's a burst. We're still not out of the woods just yet. Yeah. I'm not gonna kill, but not in a good position here. 50% meter, we got 50% burst. Okay, we get mixed. That's okay. That is a-okay. All right, let's refresh to see the full set. Yeah, okay. Kind of got smothered in by Geo there. I can't think of too much in terms of what we did in neutral, because I feel like Geo just was always in. Okay, let's how do I do this now? Back off here. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have what am I doing? I should have followed you so I can go into your profile easier. If you suspect a throw and you're jumping it, commit to JH instead of JK. That is true. I've been thinking about that a lot there, Kenja. That's a good point. Let's write that down. That's a good advice for not just Chap if he's always doing it, but it's good advice for me too. JH when punishing. That's the row. I'll tell you why we don't do it, Kenja. And that probably has a lot to do with pre 2.0 Dizzy, where JH had a very, very bad downwards hitbox. So there have been times where I can't remember exactly, but I feel like there have been times where we tried to do JH as a punish, but it would whiff because of the poor hitbox going downwards. So it's kind of a muscle memory thing that we all have to kind of break out of. And the successful players are already doing the right thing, which is JH on the way down, aka like Charlotte, Baluna, Daichi. But we got to do it more. By we, I mean me for sure, and anyone else out there. There we go. Yo, Hunt Me, how's it going? What's up? I get flustered when I'm struggling to block in the corner. I really don't know the best ways to get out. I guess first and foremost, the most obvious ways to get out are using your resources like burst, deflect, shield, YRC, super. But if you don't have resources, a lot of times getting out of the corner has a lot to do with you understanding your opponent's character, right? And when their pressure is supposed to end, right? Geo, like, we can pay attention to that too. Geo specifically has enders that continue her turn and enders that finish her turn. But the special enders that continue her turn usually have a drawback, and that drawback is it takes a long time for it to start up. And there's usually a gap between button and special attacks. So I'll try to point it out here. JH is a whole ass 12 frames for no reason. Chap says, I don't JH enough outside of pressure. I'm always thinking of going into Oki. Yeah, JH doesn't pop into my head either for like punishing. But let's take a look at this. This would be yeah, these are good long matches, long sets for us to kind of break down. Ice spike. Fish. Cover the air. Pressure now. Okay, nice. So her, if she didn't have PRC there, oh, there we go. We saw it again there. I'm like that too, actually, chat. But we should address that. I'm being particularly more critical to you because you're a higher level player. Like, I don't usually nitpick this much, but I think, like, I don't know what else to give advice on if you're seeking it. If you were seeking. All right, nice. I like that though. Am I seeking advice? All right. Nice. I like this. Pressure. Okay. Oh, nice. Heavy. Not quite kill, but we're in a good position. Really good position now. Nice. You can never stop improving. True. I always like to check in with people if they want my advice or coaching. Because more often than not, people out there are just giving advice out without checking in, and it becomes very unwelcomed. Some people don't like to be told what to do. And that's okay. I don't like being told what to do. I'd rather have people check in with me to, check in with me before giving advice. Because sometimes I kind of want to try to figure out myself. Yeah. It can sound patronizing, exactly. In the eyes of unskilled Dizzy players, that plays looks almost flawless, to be honest. That was good. That was really good. There are some things that we might be able to improve on, like our throw punishes, and even like maybe the buttons we choose to use mid-screen. For example, like that 2D there. It has a potential to catch her moving in, but we also risk getting whiff punished, right? Sometimes we gotta like play those cards though to kind of show the Geo that we're willing to do it, so she doesn't just like run in. Here we go. Okay. Nice. Yeah. Good. Keeping the ice field there. Ooh. I see you do that quite a bit, actually. Jumping into 5D. Let's address that. I like it. I really like the idea. But I think we can tighten it up a little. Right. Check out some projectiles. Ice field on defense. That's something that is worth talking about. It's good. That's something that Palino does a lot, right? Sets out ice field, and then the opponent goes in with moves like the dog roundhouse kick, right? Normally it's safe because it pushes you up, but because of ice field, it pushes them in, and they're more punishable. All right, what do we have? Round start. Yeah, this Geo's not backing up, is she? JP. Okay. I gotta do that more. which is just go for the cross up. Yeah, nice cross up. I'm always afraid to do the cross up to end a round. If I can choose to, I will stay on the same side. Because if the cross up fails, it's now me in the corner, right? Yeah, I definitely see my habits when they're being watched. I think it's pretty solid play overall. I can be very critical about other people's setups, but if they're working for you, then I don't really want to like tear it apart. I will point out a couple things though, and hopefully they'll yeah, hopefully at least they'll bring some stuff to light, and then we can kind of work on things. Let's see, let me read some of this. Gear says, yeah, sometimes I want to pause it, other times I like it. Yeah, me too. Depends on where I'm at. So in terms of the 5D, Chap says, yeah, you can avoid throw if it's space, but I'm up for it spacing. The landing 5D definitely throws people for a loop, but it can be punished by a fearless player. It's better if you condition them first with something airtight. I'll tell you now that the jump in 5D is actually very effective, right? It's like surprisingly very effective. Because you've already established that you're on the ground, and the fastest thing that you can do on the ground is to do a low, right? But if you do the slow high as soon as you land, it really messes up traditional fighting game players who've been raised with the orthodox style of blocking, the Street Fighter style of blocking. You see your opponent in the air, you block high, you see them land, you block low, right? That's yeah. This reminds me of a time I had a set in Xrd. I played against a Zato player, and he would always do that. He reset, like I'd be in the air, I'd land, or rather he would be in the air. I guess you do this in Strive too, right? Maybe he had a little eddy out. He lands and then he just does a 5D. Or he gets some sort of Oki. And then a jump in 5D would be the, the setup would make that meaty, right? And it always hit me. I'm like, why is that so effective? It's because I was like indoctrined in the idea of I need to block in this certain way. This is how I fuzzy blocked. This is how I fuzzy blocked all the games that I played up to that point. Street Fighter, King of Fighters, whatever, right? And with that said, that's why this like air dash back stuff is okay too, right? After a knockdown, instead of jumping in with a JH or whatever, or jumping in with a button, 2KTD fish, jumping in with a an air button. You do like air dash back JH because it delays. It delays that high in a way that it would have matched the low. Now the jump in 5D, yeah, it is fuzzyable, but from all the years of me playing Ramathal and Xrd, so many people, like the number of times I got out of pools just by doing a jump in and then a fuzzy, like that carried me out of pools like every single tournament I went to. People get hit by it. So I do like the idea of a jump in 5D is what I'm trying to say. Now let's try to make it work a little bit better. Because it can get thrown. And I'm not saying this is bad at all, Chap. I'm sure you know me by now. The reason why I'm picking it apart is because I have nothing else to look at in your sets. I think your sets are pretty clean. Okay. The best way is throw, KS, fish, tap dust. That can't be jab, but it's cool. Okay, I see. So FTW says, mini question, can Dizzy pick up after light tap dust? at a nice... I think this is the best one. After 2K2D KS fish. It's gotta be at range. This is probably the easiest... Maybe not the easiest, but this is the most stable way for me to get it. You gotta pick up like that. And then should be meaty enough. I spaced it out so I couldn't get grabbed. Right. Oh, never mind. I didn't space it good enough. But you get the idea. Yeah, anyway, what was the setup again? It was a lot of them had to do with like a KS, like a 2K2D into a fish, jump in, right? It's like that, right? Let's put the fish behind them. No. Something like that. Alright. Looks good. But with that dash jump, I'm able to actually up back and avoid the mix-up, right? So the quickest way for me to get down is if I didn't do the dash jump. So I'm going to do 2K2D KH fish, jump in, and just 5D. I'm going to see if this is airtight at all. Okay, so there's still a gap there. If you see... Yeah. If you see this is what you want to do. Just grab it. Or it can be properly spaced like that, right? Maybe you're not able to grab it. Yeah. So this is one way to avoid getting grabbed, is to properly space it. But again, there is a little bit of a gap there, so they can up back to avoid it, or even just backdash after blocking it. So, yeah. So this was I like the idea. I really like the idea. But yeah, we're just gonna clean this up a little bit. I think it's good for this. I think it's good here because it's gonna properly space yourself from not getting grabbed. That's like one of the more important things. But I think you might be able to get jabbed out of it. There you go. So if Chap says my favorite thing to do after that is fast RC into charge 6H if they up back. Let me show you a way for me to. A way for us to do this. So the way for us to actually get I guess for this to be airtight is if we had a more meaty fish bite, which I think we need help from the ice spike, I think. So for example, I wonder if we can do it from here. That's too much meter. Does that work? So we just jump in. I guess in this case, we can just straight up do 5D, right? I'm just wondering. Yeah. When we get to this point, I suppose no jump in is best. Let's see, what else can we do here? What about that? I think this would be fair. If you want to set it up from the cross up, if we can, this would be pretty cool actually. I think this would be a really good way to use it. Because they're already thinking about the cross up. Right? Okay, yeah, and that's airtight too. So something like that might not be a bad idea. A lot of cross-ups like that are very positive on block after the fish bite, so that could get you a really nice solid 5D. Really tricky because first of all, they gotta block the cross-up, which in itself is sort of a knowledge check. There's only, like, it's very hard for Dizzy to get the same side. Okay, did they... Whether or not they block the cross up, the 5D comes in, and it's hard to deal with. I like that. Wow. I need to close that curtain. As much as I like the sunlight right now, it's like kind of blinding me. Alright. That almost didn't work. Yeah, something like that. Anyway, just an idea to work on. Yeah, the problem with this is that when you get into this already, you've already spent 50% meter, right? There you go. I'm glad I can be inspiration for the new mix. We can try it out. I actually like that idea. There are other places where we might be able to use this that have a really meaty fish bite. For example, Tatoiba. Something like this. There you go. The new Canadian meta. This is called the Double Double. This is the Double Double. This is a very meaty fish bite, by the way. Maybe that super jump isn't necessary. There we go. Need to see tech. That's just jumping 5D stuff. Yeah. This is how you get a really nice meaty one. 2K2D, you do a slight delay on the fish. And I'm doing a KS fish, jump in, and then a 5D. This jumping works. If you want a side swap, I think a side swap would be okay too. Someone says, can you try low? You mean like 5D pure C low? You can probably do that too. I suppose the problem with this, and this is a problem with a lot of Dizzy mix-ups, is that the low option is going to be pretty underwhelming, right? And also, excuse me. One of the things to think about when you do this type of thing is that for every time you do a 5D in these like really meaty fish bite setups, you could have done an air dash back JH or air dash back JK. The air dash back JH, if done low enough, should be just as effective on paper anyway as a 5D. But the 5D has an element of I'm on the ground, I'm doing an overhead. No, you can do a low here too. An empty low? Yeah, totally. But yeah, anyway, I'm just gonna write all this down on your notes here. That chap. Yeah, same thing as comparing it to a same side. Same thing as comparing it same side to back to JH, which I definitely don't do enough. I mean, yeah, it's worth trying this. I think this will open up a lot of people. It just costs a lot of meter. A lot of resources. Alright, so what did I write down here for your chat? Oh, this is actually a good thing to do. Good thing to try out. And also a good thing to kind of demonstrate. Really, really easy. I'm not going to go into it too much as I did there. Yeah, 5-minute labbing adventure. We'll go back to, I guess this is a mix of VOD review, analysis, and also tech finding. So when Soul comes in, or when any character comes in and does this tick throw, right? Close slash, run up grab, right? An option is, one of the options to avoid a tick grab or any kind of grab attempt is to be airborne, which is, you see this a lot, just jump back. You can also backdash, by the way, or mash out your quickest 5-frame normal. It should interrupt your opponent. If they're not doing it from a guard crush, that will beat all tick throws as well. As far as I can't think of a tick throw situation where, anyway, whatever. Generally speaking, yeah, if it's not a guard crush, your fastest button will avoid the tick grab. But we've been seeing this air dash back, or actually jump back. We saw this against, we saw the chap do this. Get a counter hit on the JK. Right, and then we can get somewhat of a punish. But what was suggested was a jump back. If we're gonna push any button, the best one is gonna be JH. A lot more hit stop on the counter hit. You can run up to close as 2H. You can do a bigger combo, more damage, and a bigger deterrent, so that your opponent doesn't keep tick grabbing you. This might not be a big enough deterrent for your opponent to be like, okay, I'm gonna never tick grab ever again. But this would be like, all right, never gonna tick grab again. I'm gonna be dealt this much damage or something like that, right? It's more of a bigger statement. Don't know why he's jumping up. All right. So this is a little muscle memory thing that me and the chat from Canada probably have. Like, I, if anything, will push a JK because in my mind that's the fastest button to push as a punish. And two, muscle memory. Back in the day, quote unquote, back in the day before 2.0, JH here wasn't a good air to ground button. It's still not a great air to ground button, but it's better. And we got to start using it more. You'll see the higher level pro Dizzy players use this button as a throw punish. So if you're not already doing it, right, you're missing out, and that includes myself. Yo, Gus, good morning. How's it going, man? What's up? All right, so let's write that down. I think that's actually good advice. I think that's good coaching. So to punish, and again, this is not just the chap, and the chap, I'm sure the chap is thinking about this, has been thinking about this, right? But just as a harsh reminder to my fellow Canadian, you must do this. And me too. You should, whenever I punish a throw attempt with a JK, you guys gotta tell me to do 10 push-ups or something like that. To punish JH, or throw attempts with JH instead of JK. If jumped. Yeah. Kendra says, that includes me too. I JK all the time. Me too. Alright, chap, what else do I have here? I wrote down safe jumps. You want me to talk about your safe jumps? You know what to do, right? I don't think I need to talk about that. I noticed you do JPP a lot too, actually. You jump in JPP. So I feel like it might be effective in the lower vanquisher, and it seems to be opening up your opponents, not gonna lie, right? You tell me, how effective is this? Double JP here. Because it seems to be working for you. And then the alternative would be like, just land into 2K 2D. I feel that if we're going to be doing a delayed overhead, it's much better to kind of use the timing of the air dash back JH or the timing of a landing 5D, for example. If you want to show more people, as a high, not that good, but it's good at catching people mashing sometimes. Okay, yeah, I find that I have a feeling like we're gonna. Yeah, I'd say it's probably good at like catching people mashing buttons, if anything, right? Or maybe up backing or throw or attempting to throw after. But not to backseat a whole lot. If we're gonna be doing like a delayed high, probably something like the air dash back JH would be better. Because the mix-up, if we're doing this as a mix-up, the mix-up happens after the first JP, right? It's either going to be one JP into landing 2K, which should have a gap there, or you get the double JP. That's how the mix-up should work if we're using as a mix-up. But I feel like it's going to be easier to trick the human mind if we just straight up did an air dash back JH. In my opinion, but that's I don't know, that's something to be tested, right? Like I want to, these are the kind of things I would be pleasantly surprised being wrong on. I think in theory the air dash back JH is a stronger mix-up, although not a great mix-up, than a double JPP. I think they both have their advantages and their flaws. Yeah. So Chap says air dash back JH is better. I tend to use it because a lot of people disrespect Dizzy when she lands. The amount of people who mash throw and I get got by is a lot. Okay, something that worth experimenting with. Okay, so if using as a mix-up, I'm just gonna write this down. Air dash back JH may quote unquote stronger mix up and JPP. But JPP does open people up more. Or surprises some people on the way down. I'll just write that up. There we go. Why is it giving us a hyperlink? That leads into nowhere. Remove link. There we go. All right. Another thing we saw, just real quick here, safe jumps. There's a moment where we did close slash on OTG and then we jumped in with a J button. Just to kind of dispel any kind of misconceptions, that will not work as a safe jump. Although sometimes it might look like it should. Like, for example, throw, close. Like, that looks like a safe jump, right? Actually, you know what? That really does look like a safe jump. It's catching the out back, but I believe it doesn't catch a 9 frame. So be careful. Any kind of dash up OTG into jump in, that Dizzy has anyway, they're not going to be safe jumps. I guess 9 frame DPs anyway. It's good to represent it to get people with mash throw. So you can re-jump in JH. So you can re-jump in J. I guess so, yeah. That's right. Yeah. That's a good point. So jump in JH, for example, here. I like that idea. Sometimes people will like wire C or something like that, or they'll block the first one, throw, and then you catch them like that. That's a good point. But it doesn't kind of keep them locked down. And to be fair, yeah, the chap says it was an input error at that time, right? I'm just nitpicking. I'm just pulling apart an interaction that I saw, right? It reminded me of safe jumps. But yeah, we can safe jump here if we wanted to after a throw, 5p into JH. You can also do all those other things we talked about, like a double jump, right? So I'll show you guys that this is a proper safe jump, 5p, for example. I'm going to DP here, and we're going to block it. There you go. Cool thing about this is that you can actually go into a fuzzy. I went over this the other day, actually. So you block the first JH, down back, and then you can combo with the double jump JK. Yeah. Anyway. Let's see here. What else did I write? I think the biggest thing, actually, chat, is us punishing throw attempts with jump back JH. But yeah, anyway. Oh, what happened here? But I think your play is pretty solid as it is. I can nitpick your setups more, but then I'd probably be doing it all stream. If you do 2p, you can JH whiff into a low. Alright, next one is Chris. But before we get into it, I'm actually going to take a short break, guys. I'm really struggling to kind of just formulate words, so I need to do some form of mental reset. We'll take a quick break, and I'm going to get more tea, maybe something more to munch on, do a little stretching, and we'll continue on. We'll talk about Chris's matches. Yeah, it's time for a coffee break. And then it's Christy, and then it's Spider Tank. But yeah, I'll be a little bit quicker with you guys. That chap, me and chap can talk all day. In fact, we will, given the chance. But yeah, let us get some more tea, get some water, and continue on in just a bit. All right, BRB. Actually, hold up. Let me put on some ads on YouTube, so it prevents pre-roll. All right, ads will be on in 3, 2, 1. All right, here we go. And BRB screen. There you go. All right.
Be right back.
All right, we are back. Sorry for the long break, everybody. Let me just adjust everything here. Christy, what's up? Hope you're doing well. Excuse me. Yeah, we just took a little bit of a longer break there. I got some more water, some tea. I ate a little bit of a cookie, used the washroom. Noticed that my wife wasn't around the house. And I'm like, where'd she go? My wife left me today. Just for a little bit. I noticed the door was unlocked too. So I'm like, what's going on here? But she rushed out of the house to say goodbye to her nephew. But couldn't find the keys. They were in my jacket pocket. So she had to like run over to her sister's house to say goodbye to her nephew who travels back to the other side of Canada today. And yeah, I'm like, I didn't realize that till a little bit later. But I'm like, why is the door unlocked? So I'm like, all right, well maybe she's out there to getting me coffee or something. Maybe she overheard me talk about needing coffee, needing food. So she's just doing like a Timmy's or McDonald's run. And I'm like, but man, I got no messages or anything like that. So I'm like, whatever. As I was putting my keys into the mailbox so I can lock the door and head back, then she came back. And then we just chatted for a little bit. She's planting the watermelons for the coffee. Yeah, she's going to McDonald's to get that McDonald's watermelon with the coffee. Actually, I hope it's going to be A&W coffee because I want some A&W burgers. But anyway, at the end of the conversation, I'm like, any chance you can like run over to McDonald's and give me some coffee? So she's gonna do that right now. Gonna do that right now, or maybe not McDonald's. I didn't really specify which coffee. But yeah, anyway, hope you're all doing well. Welcome back. Feeling a little bit more refreshed. Got some more water, and got my tea. Got more tea. I'm realizing now that I should drink more water. I mean, everybody should be drinking plenty of water, but I naturally do not drink very much water. And my coworker, who's about to turn 50, is like, you know, he gets his blood work done and everything, and his kidney function isn't as good as he'd like it to be. And I'm like, I'm about to turn 40, and I don't drink enough water. And he's like, yeah, you got to drink water, make sure your kidneys are good, but not too much water, otherwise it's going to overwork your kidneys. I'm like, damn, I don't drink any water at all. All I do is drink tea and coffee. So I feel like I need more water. You're jealous because of my mug? You should see my other mugs. Alright, I'll show you my mugs in just a sec, or this mug anyway. So next player is it's going to be Chris, which I believe is Chris Lemons online. Let me just double check. Oh, it's just Chris with two S's. Chris with a K, Chris with two S's. Alright. Okay. There we go. Chris with a K and two S's. There you go. Type it on my keyboard like a boomer. A burger sounds good right now. Yeah. Not a burger from McDonald's. I would settle with a burger from A&W right now. But yeah. So the cup that I have here, FT Dub, the one I have is a Tamamo Cross cup. I originally didn't want to buy it, but then the Family Mart that I went to, that me and my wife went to, had the whole collection, right? We just wanted to get the Ogiri cap. The Ogiri cap cup, but we're like, well, we might as well get them all. So I have Tamamo Cross. There's two Ogiri caps, and then there was one Belmo light. So I got them all. One of our Ogiri cap cups though, the graphics start to peel, right? So we didn't know this at the time, but we weren't supposed to kind of soak it in water. The graphic peels if you soak the entire cup in water, unfortunately. So we have one Ogiri cap cup that's not, I mean, it's usable, but it's not as cool anymore. And for my coffee mug, or I guess my tea mug, this is it right here, is the front graphic, but it's actually a Lico Rico cup. So Takina and Chisato. I don't know why I got this cup. It just looked nice. I'm not that big of a fan of Lico Rico. In fact, these aren't my favorite characters at all. I actually quite like the drunk ant. All right, here we go. Is there any particular matches Chris would like us to watch? I don't think so. I'll check Discord real quick and then we'll move on. Nagai, when you get to me, Nagai, just look at the matches where I lose primarily with characters that aren't popular. Bridget, Zato, Lucy, etc. Okay, that works for me. Licorice, love it. I love Mika from the show. Didn't get enough recognition. Who's Mika? I forget who that is. I liked freaking what is her name? Mizuki. That's her name. The drunk aunt. Actually, I've been rambling on a whole lot, but I gotta show you this. One sec, give me a sec, and we'll get to this. We'll get to the replay reviews in just a moment. I need to show you this. This is probably my favorite thing I brought back from Japan. One of my favorite things that's anime related. And if you like Lico Rico, this might make you jealous. Man, I got plenty of Lico Rico stuff. So my favorite character in Lico Rico, their auntie, basically, right? She's always drunk. She's always drinking sake. So this is like a sake box. And here we go. Here's a sake. Like that she always drinks. Best character, Mizuki. And she's got a boyfriend in Canada. That's me. I'm joking. It's not me. I'm married. I guess that doesn't really make it any better. But she's got a boyfriend in Canada. In the show, she's like, I'm taking this plane to fly to Vancouver to see my boyfriend. Which is good for me. My alibi. I have an alibi there. I don't live in Vancouver, but I do visit Vancouver quite a bit. All right. Anyway. So Chris wants me to see matches of lesser played characters. So let's cycle through this. There are more. I guess there are more to choose from down here at the end of July. Okay. So Geo's, I say Geo's a little bit lesser played, and matches where Chris lost. Okay, so here we go. We can watch these two for now. I'll go see my boyfriend. He's a Disney player, she said. Damn. Don't tell my wife. I'm joking. My wife and I both like Mizuki. Lower rank matches are always fascinating to watch. Braun, hope you're doing well, man. How's it going? We should play some matches later on if you're available. I need to get my my ass kicked by your Angie again. This video would be deleted though. Okay, so all right, replay VOD analysis. Here we're gonna watch Chris. Kind of put things in perspective. Chris is actually Diamond 3, so this is not really lower level quote unquote matches. These are pretty competent players. So what do we do round start? 2S rather. I see the axe and I think H. Okay, so Geo doing her things. Sneaks in a grab. Corner pressure. Yeah, nice counter grab. It's kind of risky, but I mean, sure, let's do it. Why not? We have burst. Did we always have burst? I forget if we used it already. Nice 6p Chris. I gave him a sand? Alright. So we have a burst. Probably not a good idea to use it. I like how Chris is just hanging on to it. Sort of a Geo round. Geo had Dizzy in the corner. Not really much to talk about there. Okay, round neutral. What do we want to be doing here against Geo? Generally speaking, we don't want to be pushing buttons that are too whiff punishable. We want to be using quicker buttons, but also buttons that might reach her as she's coming in. I like the idea of using Ice Spike, actually. If we don't see it enough in this match, I'll show you guys why. Spoiler, it's because it helps kind of beat out one of Geo's most favorite projectile skipping attacks, which is her Spower Arrow. Okay. So I didn't mention it, but I did see a punish on the grab with a JK. We gotta stop doing that. And that includes myself too. Okay. But that wasn't really why we exactly lost this round. I think Geo just played very aggressively, played to her strengths. I did notice some buttons in neutral that were probably overextended. But I like to say this a lot when I'm doing these VOD reviews, but small sample size. We're having a small sample size. I don't want to talk too much and criticize too much without looking at more footage. So that's what we'll do here. We'll watch the next match. Round start, what will we do? I mentioned it before, but Geo likes to back off a lot at round start. But these Geos that we've been watching, they don't do it. They're being more aggressive. So what do we do here? There you go. There's a walk back. I like that. 2D round start. Okay, what do we have here? Yeah. Oh no! Misinput. That's okay. So if we lose this round, don't feel too bad about it. What? Oh, okay. I see. You're acknowledging to your opponent that was silly. I get it. I see. Communication isn't always the easiest when you can't actually talk to. Camus, thank you so much for the sub on YouTube. Really appreciate it, man. So Chris, I want to talk about buttons we're using in neutral. Buttons in neutral. First Geo. Throw punish. Go with. Okay. Nice strike throw. Okay, getting thrown in the corner. That was just strictly speaking Geo baiting out the super. Yeah, okay, yeah. Those are just safe jumps right there. Okay, so first of all, just from those two matches, I wouldn't feel too bad about that. I don't think we are totally that loss against Geo. And we just had misinputs. Like, what contributed to losing this was just misinputs. You know, deactivating Wings of Light by accident, right? That put us in the corner. It helps Geo do her game plan, her win condition in the corner. So those losses there, I don't think are a big deal. But if we're looking to improve, I think in general, a lot of the buttons that we used were highly whiff punishable. I saw a lot of Mikhail Sword, you know, some far slashes in neutral versus Geo. Don't really want to be doing that. That's not inclusive to Geo, but at all. Like, you want to think about that against characters that like to whiff punish. Geo, Milia, Chip, Lucy. So what do you do instead? Shorter buttons that are quicker on recovery, such as 5K, 2S. Like, for example, if you do 2D to reach your opponent, but they they read it with an instant air dash, you're going to get punished. Or if they read it by just stepping back and just dashing back, and you're going to get punished. If you instead use moves like 5k or 2s is a good move. You're generally safe from anyone who wanted to instant air dash. I like the idea of Ice Spike, but you don't want to do it too much. It's more effective against Geo when she is not blocking it, right? One thing I like to do against Geo is actually place an Ice Spike between you and Geo. Don't hit her, right? So then, a lot of times, Geos like to, no, they have the idea of, okay, I see a projectile character, they're gonna throw up projectiles. I'm gonna do the drill kick, right? Which usually gets through all projectiles. But Ice Spike putting it, if she tries to kick through the Ice Spike with her Spower Arrow, she actually gets stuck by it. So let me show you real quick here. Better to show than to talk. Right. So normally she'll get through projectiles. Right. Hits you, etc. Right. Probably not the best way to show, but yeah, she goes through the projectile, she can hit behind it. Ice Spike, it's very active now. She can, like, it for some reason, even though Ice Spike is a projectile, Geo cannot go through it. So it's a good thing to do. The problem again with Ice Spike is that, well, maybe not again. The problem with Ice Spike is that you can't avoid it by just being in the air. So it's one of these things that it can catch. You can catch her off guard, right? Don't do it often, but know that it's there. I often like to just save it for like a later round. Make it look like maybe you don't know the matchup. Chuck projectiles, play it without Ice Spike, and then when it matters, like in the last few rounds, then you start Ice Spiking, shutting down the Spower Arrow. Unless they're over-representing it at the start, then you just shut it down early on. That's how I like to kind of how to approach it. What else is there? Oopsies. Another thing, just off the 2 matches there, Chris, is something that not just me, not just a chap, and a lot of players out there, even Kenja, right? Avoiding buttons to use to punish a grab. If you choose to up back or choose to jump, so I don't know what it is, but us older Dizzy players are hardwired to punish the JK, where there's a perfectly good JH right now available to punish, right? So let's try to do that more. And that's more advice for me than anyone, to be honest. So let's try to punish, throw attempts more with JH if available, if we're in the air already, right? That's a big thing. I mention it to Chap. Every time I see it, I'll probably just mention it. More so with players in Diamond and Vanquisher, if we're not doing that, we're just missing out on damage. Yeah, the sword has the sword was without any cover, if I may speak. Yeah, for sure. All right, I didn't follow Chris, but it's okay. Chris's name's easy. So Janda says, I can definitely say pressing more 5p or 2p would be helpful. Even if it's not going to hit Geo, it's going to make them hesitate because they can actually run into it. Another thing is, I think players who like to whiff punish are looking for that flinch, right? They might not be looking for a specific normal per se, but they might be looking for you to do a button, right? And then as soon as you do that button, whatever it is, they're gonna just move in. And I think that's especially true online, where there is like 2 or 3 frames of lag, right? You can't really get a proper scout before you move in if there's a little bit of lag in a fighting game, right? Sometimes you just have to act on a move that you see indiscriminately and just assume it's gonna whiff and just move in if you're playing a whiff punish game. If you're playing online. Offline, a little bit different. Okay, so who is a lesser known character, or rather lesser played character, that we can watch here? Yeah, Chris specifically said lesser played characters such as Bridget and Lucy. I don't know a whole lot about Lucy, I'll be honest with you, but it'd be kind of nice to it'd be nice to watch, I suppose. Howling Pride. This is from a few days ago. Hopefully no Ram games here. Is Ram a lesser played character? Alright, I think I saw Lucy game up here. So, lesser played character in which we lose. Okay, so let's take a look at this. So, the game plan is pretty similar here. You don't want to overextend with big buttons. So, we don't want to see very many far slashes. We don't want to see very many 2Ds. It's okay to do it, because it's like a far slash will actually shut down usually Lucy's far range attacks, basically. If we're both coming in at the same time, I believe Dizzy's far slash is better than Lucy's far slash. Okay. I think Ram was third most popular behind Sol Kai. I see. It was a joke, I think. Okay, yeah, Lucy things. Yeah, although close slash into Dust versus close slash into JH, I wonder which one's more effective for Lucy to do. I think we're positive on that. Okay. What do we do here? Round start, 5H. I didn't pay attention to last game's round start, but let's start paying attention to it more. Alright. Okay, what do we got here? Gotta be mindful of the burst, the tension, the DP. A lot of things to be mindful of. Good grab attempt. Okay, yeah. That's okay. It's a good bait from Lucy. From the Cyberpunk. Lucy's a tough matchup for Dizzy. I don't think I've met a Dizzy player who said that they are particularly strong at the matchup. Far slash round start. Alright. She's negative. She's punishable on that, right? Let's write that down. What's punishable on Lucy? Where's Lucy? And then specifically talk about the Rekka. I guess the slide Rekka. Plus on that. Okay, nice block. 2D. Good backdash. What do we... Yeah, I got... So there's another far slash. Okay, what's a grab pressure gonna look like this time? Fish into block. Okay. I think we can do better with that. Grab Oki. Because I feel like we want to be baiting out the burst or baiting out the DP, but we can do a little bit more with it, I feel. Good blocks though. Oh. And again, what I saw was grab, and I think we saw it plenty of times. Fish into apprehensiveness, so fish into block, and I feel like that is because we want to avoid getting DP'd, right? But if we're committing to avoiding the DP with fish like leading pressure, we can probably block the DP by moving forward still, simply by using a jump, right? You can kind of turn that into a jump mix up, a jump high low. Round start. One thing I noticed, a lot of committal buttons. Writing this down so I don't forget. So like far slash, 5H, 2D. Against a character like Lucy, very risky. She simply needs to just back off a little bit and then whiff punish. And then she's gonna play her game right. She's gonna play Cyberpunk on you. Whiff punish, gets the knockdown, and she's up close. A few round starts I noticed that the Lucy also jumped in, which all those options lose to jumping, right? So 5H will lose to a jump and it recovers too late. Same with 2D. And this is all round start, so I think we'd be better off just maybe backing off, chilling, experimenting with other shorter buttons like 2S. We can experiment with that too. But yeah, I'd like to see what it was like versus another Lucy, just very quick. We saw one way down here, right? This is okay. These are placement matches for this Lucy. So Kensha says, I was definitely struggling against Lucy yesterday. She just outranges everything Dizzy can pressure, and she can consistently whiff punish 2S and 5K, which are things she wants to do. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah. I feel like in an offline environment, yeah, even 5K and 2S are not safe to Lucy. Let's see if those patterns are still here against this particular Lucy. Although these are matches before the last match we watched. Nice grab. Fish into. Okay. I mean, that works. I did remember seeing maybe a tweet from Chris saying something like, is Dizzy just all strike throw? So with that in mind, and I forget if that was Chris or not, maybe it's somebody else. With that in mind, I think we can kind of work with with that idea anyway, and try to do things that aren't strike throws for Chris. More tea. Yeah, 2D round start. Gotta be careful. Nice catch. Okay. Ouch. Uh-oh. What? Why would the Lucy do that? Man. Alright. I mean... Okay. That's Lucy being silly here. Oh boy. Alright. Strike throw pressure. Okay. I just realized now that that I picked two matches that Chris won. I was thinking throughout the entire thing, like, how did Chris lose this one? But I was interpreting the win-loss thing incorrectly from here. Alright. Well, I mean, okay. We can see habits here. It's good to see a mix of wins and losses. Pretty wild that the Lucy ran up into super. It was pretty fun. Alright, nice conversion. Alright, you know what? This may not be representative of how Chris would actually play. Yeah, Chris at this point realizes that this is a player maybe just learning the game, so definitely not representative of their play. I like that. Getting the counter hit on the 2P and then comboing it into other buttons. It's good awareness. Normally 2P doesn't counter hit or doesn't combo into 2K, 2D or whatever, but a counter hit does. Alright. I wonder. Oh, I was gonna say, I wonder if we're gonna see another button into super. Oh, I think the Lucy could have killed on OTG. So crazy that Lucy's in this game. Cyberpunk character. And then we're gonna get another guest character at the end of the year. I wonder who it's gonna be. Geralt. Like that was another run-up super, except it was the other super. I feel like Eve or Evie from Stellar Blade would fit GG. That'd be cool. 6H, nice. The only thing I have against Eevee or the new Stellar Blade character is that they're heavily leaning towards AI, and it just looks janky, you know? I hope it's Joseph Joestar. Me too. I'd like a Joestar character, or Jojo Bizarre Adventure character. Alright, so I didn't really get a whole lot of that. I don't really want to critique that because, again, it's Chris recognizing that they're playing against someone who's just learning. But here we go. So this is not the same matches that we saw earlier against Lucy. We can kind of be more analytical on these ones. And these are the ones that Chris did lose. So we can take a look at this. Ram scary sobbing. She is scary. Is Corey from the hit anime Corey in the house? What if it's not an anime? Oh, what if it's like Avatar, The Last Airbender, you know? Not an anime. Yeah, Spatter Tank says, I'm not too happy with that company's use of AI. Yeah, it's pretty like... It's pretty blatant that they use AI now. Oh, nice. I've got some Tim Hortons. I'm very excited to have some Timmies. Hold up. Let me double. I wasn't paying attention. I was distracted by the Timmies. Watermelon alarm. No watermelon. Just Tim Hortons. We don't sell watermelon at Tim Hortons. It's time for some coffee. That's right. All right, here we go. Round start. What do we do? Big buns, small buns. Okay, dash block. That's good. Nice and safe. What do we do here? First. That actually is not a bad idea. Yeah. If you can get Ice Spike out, it'll always deflect guns. Okay, I like the use of shorter buttons. Nice block. I'm pretty sure we can punish that. That we can't punish, but we can interrupt. Maybe we can't punish the low or the low options, but at least we can take our turn back. I'm pretty sure. Okay, plus one block and the debuff. Okay. Two S, okay, I like it. A little bit of a whiff, you know, tick grab situation there. Whiff punch fake out. Okay, we got coffee. Thank you so much, honey. Appreciate it. Cold brew. Again, we hope you're doing well. What's up? Yeah, it's Lucy doing things in the corner. I mean, do I have answers to that? Not really. I just try to defend the best I can. But it's all about like how do you get to that point, right? Spower Gamer says, I have a hard time dealing with Lucy. Her attacks are faster and have longer reach than Dizzy's. Alright, this is a good character for us to kind of investigate. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm doing very well. Got some cold brew. Yeah, she's got faster buttons. If we're going to be committing to like big buttons, we got to make sure that they're worth it, you know. Maximize on our punishes. Maximize on the counter hits, I mean. Alright, hard knockdown. Yeah. Yeah, the overhead. Keep in mind that Lucy has like one of the lowest healths in the game too, right? So, in a way, that's one of the... Her having low health kind of goes against Dizzy because like sometimes like Dizzy's hits can be pretty big and can do big damage, but a lot of times Dizzy resets into multiple situations. And versus a low health character, I'd rather actually just destroy them from one huge combo than kind of win on like 5 interactions. It'll build up the burst. They're gonna get up. Oh my gosh! Like what I'm trying to say is like the difference of eliminating of defeating your character isn't 5 interactions; it's 4 interactions because of Lucy's lower health. But if I can just kill in one combo, that'd be nice. And having to deal with so many, I don't know, like if she can get out in any of those 1 interactions. sorry, of any of those 4 or 5 interactions, because her burst builds up or whatever, or she blocks the fish, but then she's YRC, so she blocks the mix-up that happens after it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like it. It's tough to deal with. I'd rather just finish her. Alright, so let's take a look at this. I guess that's pretty obvious what I just said there, but man, I didn't notice the spaceship behind them. The moment Fish was summoned, Lucy started taking damage though. So what do we want to do? First of all, actually I want to see if that dash attack, what is it? There we go, that one. So if she just does it with no follow-up, she can get punished. But I guess... What's a... There we go. I guess she can delay this to get, I guess, a frame trap. Or can she? Yeah, she can. Or no, can she? I don't think she can. Weird. Oh no, she can. So maybe you shouldn't be... Maybe you shouldn't try to punish it, like mash to punish it all the time. Because she can delay it. But she's -6 still, right? She shouldn't be pushing buttons after it. Or she shouldn't be doing the follow-up unless she has meter. Yeah, she can also do the heavy follow-up. I guess. Keeps you guessing. Yeah, I can see where... Okay, let's just actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna do 2 recordings. The low, the delay, and then the high. And see if I can even react to it. Yeah. Yeah, I guess if you wanted to punish this, I can see why. Yeah. I see why it'd be difficult. Because if you wanted to punish the low and commit to the punish, she's gonna go, like, she can do the high, which will beat you up, right? If you want to be patient, oh yikes! Like the 5P, it doesn't always work. If you want to be patient and look for it, the 5P doesn't always work. That sucks. I can see why this is tough to deal with. Become a pro and air grab it? That's what I was thinking. Just be patient. You can. I think. 2H. So Spider Tank says your best bet is holding the low and trying to react to the high I found. Okay. And if she does the high, how positive is she on block? Because if we can get away with just a block, -4. Oh, okay. So maybe it's best just to block it. If you can IB it, that's ideal. Yeah, -4 on block. So you can't really punish it with a button, but you can punish it with a throw. Yeah, at least you can get your turn back. Yeah, okay. Good to know. But other than that, in general, I think we should not be pushing out bigger buttons. Kind of like the same approach as Geo, but more so realizing that she can more easily punish you if you use // 5H 2D Mikhail sword in neutral. Right. She'll just sit outside that range and run in with her just even her // right? So there you go, right? Right. And that just lets her do her game plan. Now, 6P always doesn't work? Actually, that's a good idea. Try that. Oh, for the slide. I guess you can just you can do like a delay 6P. So we're going back to this. Oh, yikes. Maybe not. If you're far back enough, I suppose you can just 5P it. 2H, I'm telling you? No, 2H, this case is too slow, unfortunately. I wish 2H was the move here. But no. Too slow. How about 5K? No. Yeah, if there's a move, it's gotta be 5P or 6P. 6P plus K? Are we all on front? 6P the cross up, yeah. Yeah. 5P or 6P, I think. And like it really depends on the spacing, which is kind of weird. Alright. Anyway, back to what we want to do in neutral. I think we for some reason I feel like if both characters are approaching head on, / like Dizzy's / might be better. So let's see here. Like, because I feel like Lucy's / is hurt box is extended on her / but not Dizzy's. Maybe not. Okay, I don't think so. Never mind. still feel like the button, if you want to use like a longer range button that like overextends, far slash might be the what you want to do, but still it's pretty risky. Gus, what's up? How you doing, man? What's up? Thanks for hanging out on YouTube's. I didn't realize there was many viewers on YouTube, to be honest. Yeah, this is tough. Yeah. I'd have to play more against Lucy. Like, I want to say don't do 2D or far slash or Mikhail Sard, but how do you stop her from moving in, right? You have to represent it every once in a while. Because anything else, right? Your shorter range moves that you normally kind of stuff people out when they run into you. Like, they get outranged by her far slash. I guess with that said, if your opponent is always approaching with a far slash or like this horizontal attack that doesn't really cover the air a whole lot, like what do players do against us as Dizzy players? They jump in the instant air dash, right? So maybe that might not be a bad approach against Lucy, moving in with a jump, or if you want to play super aggressive, going in with like a instant air dash, might be worth experimenting with. Right? Mixing in that with your normal Dizzy approach, throwing them off, making them apprehensive to like dash up at their far slash range and doing it. The idea comes from how I deal with Johnny's sometimes. Johnny's, was it the K Misfinder? Super obnoxious, and he'll keep doing it unless you stop him somehow, right? And one way to stop him, the hard answer is to instant air dash JS or instant air dash JH. So maybe that's what you want to do against Lucy every once in a while. Just throw in that aggressive approach every once in a while. So Chris said, oh, Chris, what's up? I got 2 each in this set or later one. I messed up a bit of the lesson, I think. I missed a bit of the lesson. Yeah. I just been watching your some of your matches. But we're just kind of going over some stuff that we saw against your Dizzy versus Lucy matches. So just to review, I guess, Chris, I want to say we want to use less 2Ds and stuff like that. 2Ds and far slashes, just because she can like whiff punish you. But then it seems like Lucy can just whiff punish Dizzy no matter what. I was thinking maybe approaching it a little bit more aggressively. One way to think about is, yeah. Let's talk about like trading, right? Like if we're doing aggressive approaches, I think Lucy needs to do more work to kill Dizzy than Dizzy needs to do, than what Dizzy needs to do to Lucy, right? Lucy's got a lot less health, so even though JH instant dash JH may not be like the intelligent answer, right, that we're all looking for, it might be, it might be the effective answer. Because all we need is one lucky instant dash JH to like melt more of her health than what she can do to us on her instant dash approach, right? She's got less health, so maybe we can leverage that fact. Yeah, this match keeps me up at night. FTW says I feel insulted. Now what's going on? Right? That might be something that we should try and do. Why did FTW feel insulted? What did I say? All right, let's talk about some more concrete things, less philosophical. I do think your round start there, Chris, against Lucy has a lot of committal options, though. Let's take a look and see what we can do. So I noticed that we did a lot of far slashes, 5Hs, and 2Ds on a round start versus Lucy. I think... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe not the... I feel like we shouldn't be doing that, but let's see what we can do against, let's say, her far slash. So I'm gonna do far slash. Our far slash trades. I want to blow her up from the get-go. I mean, I get it. You wanna... She's got less health. Get her before she can get you. Start your momentum before she can start hers. And it's not like we can walk back, do nothing, right? Because she'll just far slash it. It's gonna make contact. But I don't know what's particularly safe. Let's try 2S. 2S gets whiff punished or just gets beaten by far slash. 6P, I guess. How about 5K? Oh, JH, not the intelligent move. I'm doing JH almost all the time. I mean, instant air dash JH. I see. Okay. How about 2H? No. 6P, okay. So, what if he just jumped in? Wow, okay, look at that. You actually just get a straight up punish. Although, I think we have to do it a little bit lower to connect. Oh, okay. That's a revelation. Like, I don't have to do a whole lot with this JH, right? I can do it let's do it as late as possible. Okay, late as possible isn't good. But jump in. That's really going to set the pace for your match against Lucy, I think. Finally, a safest round. Yeah, just jump and block. Jump, block. See what she does. Okay, so that's a start. Let's see what we can do against another option, 2S. So does this work against... Alright, so she's fairly safe after this. But you can start your offense, I believe. Okay. Shimata. She does this though. Let's try our buttons. Far slash gets beat. 5H gets beat. 2D gets beat. 2S gets beat. 6P gets beat. So this seems to beat everything except maybe 2K. Yo, K Dashney, how's it going? What's up? And Chili's. Oh, 2D gets beat too. Walk back 2S. Oh, unfortunately, she's always gonna catch us. Yeah, I don't think we have like a button answer here. No, RPS answer. Yeah. Sadly, I hate this match so much more. At least we can start our pressure. Can she 2S into 6P? And if she can't do that, then this is okay. This is an okay answer. So let's record this. Oopsies. Try that again. Try that. So she's kind of forced to just block this, right? If you see 2S, you get your turn basically. So this is a fairly safe way to approach. JH not so much. What about a 2S into a DP? Record that. So 2S DP. So we're okay here. I don't think that's a reversal though. JD start? JD start might work. Oopsies. But JD in this case is kind of scary because you probably get blown up by far slash, right? A very common thing that she would do. Oh shit. Crouching S, yeah. It's not that good. Hoping Strive going well, just waiting for the next DLC patch. Strive's going good. I've been enjoying my time here. Alright, what else does she do? Does she do that move? Do you think Lucy does this round start? I mean, if she does, then we can punish her. Alright, so so jump forward. I think that's what we want to be doing. Jump forward and just wait and watch. I think that's pretty safe. Alright, that didn't punish, but you get the idea. So this is gonna be worth writing down. Round start versus Lucy. Let's try more defensive, more quote-unquote safe approach. Four jump block, and J at H if she did bar slash, JK if she did TS. Alright, that's a good starting point, I would say. Prepare and play, yeah. That's the slogan of these cyberpunk characters. Prepare and pray. The next DLC character will be a Dark Souls character. Actually, that'd be pretty cool if they had like Artorias or whatever as a character. Instead of prepare and pray, it's gonna be prepare to die. Ooh. So this is not your typical Canadian double. My wife actually got matcha latte from Tim Hortons. And this is gonna sound sacrilegious right now, but I like the 7-Eleven matcha lattes better than the Tim Hortons matcha latte. They put a lot of sugar in the 7-Eleven matcha lattes here in Canada. I really like them. This is a little bit more bitter than I was expecting. But the caffeine is much appreciated. All right. Okay, another thing here. One other thing I wrote here for you, Chris, is that, and I only saw this one time, so this is a very small sample size. I am extrapolating so much here, but I think we can work on our whiff throw punishes. And this, I mean, I mentioned this a whole bunch, actually, for basically almost everyone who I reviewed. And this is like a thing for me too, by the way. So when your opponent goes in for a throw, we're doing the right thing by avoiding it by being airborne, right? This is what we want to do. Be airborne some way or another, either by jump or backdash, or even if you want to mash, it's going to be your fastest button. But a lot of times we're doing JK there, Chris. But what we want to be getting better at, and what we want to train ourselves to do, is do JH on the way down. You're going to have a lot better outcomes in terms of damage and setup. So, what's that, Stavros? No, Canada's a terrible place. Never go there. Not gonna totally dox Stavros, but Stavros is from Canada. I'm not gonna tell you where exactly, so I don't feel offended at all that Stavros is saying that. He's just joking. Yeah, anyway, so just a thing I noticed that you did, was a thing that I noticed chat from Canada do, and this is something that I do for sure. I need to train myself not to do JK on the way down, but instead do JH. So it's going to be one of my goals. We start doing that, and we might not be winning matches outright because of it, but it's going to help contribute to us winning matches down the road. So let's keep doing that. Let's practice that a lot. Okay, so that's another little piece of advice. I'm gonna write it up here too. Just copy and paste this from the chat. We just gotta do this a little bit better. You're doing a good job otherwise. Another thing I need to critique is just I guess your wake up pressure. Chris, I know that you mentioned, or I'm pretty sure you mentioned something on Twitter that you're feeling a little down, that Dizzy seems like a strike throw character and that's all she has. But we can actually transform some of your things that you're doing into high lows, and I'll show you it. And you don't even need meter for it. So just to add a little bit into your repertoire, if you're feeling stuck that you're doing strike throws all the time. So let me show you. And you may already know this, but just as a review, I'm gonna take your throw situations, for example. But I did notice that you were being a little apprehensive here. You kind of blocked a little bit and went in, which is fair. I'm not gonna critique that a whole lot. You're really just looking out for the defensive options Lucy has. A DP, a burst, a super, something like that, right? But in case it wasn't too clear, you can actually bait these things out while not giving up too much of your offense, if that makes sense. So you can actually do a high-low here. And honestly, I don't do this enough on in the corner. If you just KH fish right here, the KH fish will pull them from the corner. You don't have to dash up, right? And then from here, you jump up, you're holding back block the entire time, and then you can air dash back and do it JH for overhead, for example. So if she DPs at the start of it, you're actually going to block it. There's huge recovery on that DP. So even though you block in the air, you can like punish her pretty good. Right, so here's your overhead. While still benefiting in the way you did before, right? Before you held back a little bit after the throw. You're blocking a little bit, playing a little apprehensive because of that DP. But you can still press on and kind of turn that defensive situation into an offensive situation in the form of a high-low mix-up. Something that you maybe felt was lacking in Dizzy's gameplay. So that's the high. The low would look something like this. Right? Sweep into 2D into McKill Sword, for example. I don't do that. I usually do 2K into Fire Spear. This is going to be your low. If they block that, you still are at advantage. If they get hit, you get a hard knockdown. So it's good either way. But if you want to play with a little bit more damage, KH fish here. They block that, sweep, McKill Sword, and then half her health, basically, right? Half her health, positive bonus, hard knockdown. And you didn't need to spend meter on the first 2 hits to convert it. Because of Dizzy 2.0, you can pick up after the McKill Sword if you're close enough to the corner. I might do that more to TP characters. Yeah. I would do that, especially. I'm not going to say you're at lower level, because you're not lower level, but at the level where people are feeling really confident about themselves, about the combos, but not quite vanquisher yet. Those types of players, they like to test out whether you can safe jump or whether you're ready for that DP or not. So yeah, there's that. What else can you do here? Yeah, that's like my favorite thing to do, by the way. I usually just run up, fish, and then jump. But this gets a little bit, how do you say, predictable? Right. If they see this a whole lot, they'll recognize that there's a big gap between them getting up and the fish bite. So the option is to, the counter option is to air throw, for example. But I truly believe in an offline environment, I'm going to be looking out for that. So if I see them jump, I'm also going to be throwing. But you kind of opened my eyes up to doing this, actually. Why don't I just do this? KH fish right off the bat, and then jump forward, right? I think this gives them less time to jump and react to my jump. Yeah, because I'm already setting up the fish. I'm already in the air, right? I should do this more. You actually just unlocked this from me, by the way. This is a lot harder to. This would be a lot harder to air grab. I think you can 6P this though, yeah. So just be careful. Know the weaknesses and the strengths of your setup. Everything lower than Vanquisher is lower level, I get it. No. I mean like the lower level, like Diamond 3 is pretty much Vanquisher. Any point to do super jump there? Your super jump, you're not gonna get anything in terms of a mix up here. Like you can't like air dash back JK and make that solid. Make it a gapless mix up, right? You might be able to land and do a 2K. I don't think so though. With that said, I mean I've seen Paluna do this. 2K2D super jump. Been meaning to ask about it. But I don't think it's fast enough. Okay. So, just a suggestion. I mean, I'm only pointing this out. Like, I don't mean to hyper focus on like setups and that sort of thing because I think that is not where, like, in terms of coaching, unless you're not doing any setups at all, general coaching or general advice saying me telling people do this specific setup, it's not, I don't think it's as helpful as other things I can mention, like neutral. You know, if you're instant air dashing too much in neutral, you gotta stop that. Like that's more important than saying you gotta clean up your setups. In this case, because I know you mentioned something on Twitter about Dizzy being just mids and throws, this is just more ammunition for you to kind of up your Okizeme game and see that, you know, there's other things there too, which I'm sure you know, Chris. You hang out here all the time. But consider doing this against characters who DP a lot. From someone who actually has been getting success with these kind of quote-unquote fake pressure at the 1600, 1700 level for Dizzy, I can vouch that these are actually okay. They still open people up. So, actually, I'll just say throw pressure. Post throw pressure. So how do I say this? Consider K fish, I guess KH fish, into jump, forward jump. While Save on DP. Okay, there's one thing I gotta mention. I was just focusing on the corner. Mid screen, you have to dash in a little bit. Jump and block. Right. So if she DPs, you're blocking in the air like that. If you just toss the cage fish like this, you're just gonna push him back. You're not gonna get that air dash back JH. So we need to dash in a little bit before summoning the fish. Oh, okay, no, don't look at that. I was just salt posting. I salt post all that. Okay, fair enough, Chris. I felt like that was out of character. I'm like, Chris would never say something like that. Another reason to not trust Guilty Gear Strive Twitter. You got me. Alright, anyway. I think that's good enough for now. Yeah, I think that's good enough. Christy, you want me to see anything else? Or should I move on to Christy now? Yo, Christy is so exited. Hee. I'm also exited. I'm excited too. That reminded me of that FIFA World Cup clip of that lady interviewing that guy, the Japanese guy. And he's like, I do not speak English, but I'm so excited. That's why I imagined Christy was like. Did you just look at Lucy? I think I looked at the Geo as well. I looked at the Geo and kind of the same thoughts against Geo. Buttons versus neutral. More so, we don't want to be using very committal, high recovery buttons such as 2D, 5H. So that was a big thing against Geo. I like your utilization of Ice Spike, but when I say but, I mean it sounds like I'm gonna say something really profound and also maybe mean. But you gotta do better. So the use of Ice Spike is good. I would almost try to not hit her, if that makes sense. So like you're placing the Ice Spike on her, like she's at full screen, you do heavy Ice Spike. I'd almost do medium Ice Spike or slash Ice Spike so that she runs into it by accident. That's more likely to hit than like just reaching her. Plus the Ice Spike is one of the moves that prevents her from Spower arrowing in. But that's about it. Could you look at Kai, robo-ky, Kai Kisuke as well? Sure, we'll do that real quick, and then I'll move on to Christy. Kai is going to be a good one. All right, and while we do that, sorry, Christy, just one more. I'll be quick with this one. We'll kind of just do like a live kind of talk about this one. I'm not going to sit in training mode a whole lot, just because I want to move on to looking at your matches there, Christy. You've been waiting a long time. All right. Give me 1 second. So Chris, we'll do one more for Chris. The nice thing is that I don't work today, so we can take as much time as we want going through people's matches and stuff. All right. So let's take a look at a versus Kai. Dragon, you want me to see a match where you lose, right? Okay, here we go. Let's take a look at this. Okay, so first of all, before we jump into this, let's talk about what we want to be doing against Kai. You see a Kai, what do you want to do around start? I'm always thinking of backing up. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking that I want to back up a little bit, like just walk back a little bit, see what he does, and then react to it. If he does a far slash, I'm going to whiff punish. If he does nothing, then I just immediately just dash cancel. Not dash cancel. Dash block, kind of move in. Make up for walking back a little bit. So that's what I do. Sometimes I jump forward too. So Chris says, I think I 2S round start. Round start button against Kai. I think it's, I mean, as long as your outcomes are good. So round start, if 2S beats his buttons, and I haven't really studied it too much. No, I'm pretty sure I did, but I can't remember. If round start can cancel into Mikhail sword pretty good, or Ice Spike on counter it, then let's go with it. But A safe approach is just to walk back a little bit. So let's see what happens here. Let me know if I'm rambling on too much. So walk. Oh, nice. I like that. You walk back. Very, very good opening hand. Or at least in my opinion. Backdash that close slash. Got hit with it. Alright, what do we have here? A nice block. As in, you blocked him from moving in. Alright, burst timing. I'm gonna pay attention to when you burst next time too. I feel like it was a little bit late. Alright, nice deflect. A little scary. K fish, I like it. And we're moving in here. Uh-oh. A little bit of misinput error. I see I every once in a while I'll see like a button drop and that sort of thing, so I think we want to be cleaning that up a bit too. Like there's no reason not to 2K 2D or 2K any other button. Could have just been an execution thing. Okay, keep watching. Oh. Okay. Did he stun Dipper without meter? Good. Okay, okay. I feel like we should have completed that too. You know what? You might be thinking about baiting the burst. Oh, uh-oh. That was unfortunate. Yeah, Chris says this game loves eating my inputs. Keyboard. When I see KB, I think kilobytes. Alright. First and foremost, I like the apprehensiveness at the beginning. You're not pushing buttons, you're walking back a little bit. Just to see what he's doing. I saw a moment. I feel like I see a lot of dropped opportunities, which could be misinputs, buttons getting eaten by the connection, that sort of thing. But I think that match actually went pretty good in your favor for the most part. Just the missed opportunities happen. Them being like not completing the combos. Not cap. Oh, there was one moment where you had ice field out. I think he did the Diaclat attack, and he was like sliding in. I think you could punish that. I'm pretty sure at least you can take your turn. But he'd be sliding in at -8, I believe, or -10, and you can do like a button. Hard to recognize that because most of the times when he does that move, the Diaclat, he's like safe. But with ice field out, you're okay. So that may or may not have been a missed opportunity. I think it was. Yeah, let's watch the next one. Kai is a very hard character to fight as Dizzy. Chiwifty on the kilobytes. Yeah, it's always, you feel like it's like plus on whiff. I feel like it's plus on block sometimes. I'm scared of it. Okay, round start. 5H, okay. I like your buns. You might be able to get the same effectiveness with a far slash, actually. Nice, okay. Throw him in the corner. What do you got? Alright, I think we need to work on those throw setups in the corner. Alright, here we go, though. What do we got? Throw again, okay. Always account for Sun Dipper. Oh, true. Smart. I forgot about it. All right, here we go. What do we got? Ice spike. He's moving in. Nice throw. Good use of ice field to be. It's like a really good defensive use of. Oh no! Uh-oh. Okay, nice. Okay. Good salvaging that match. Could have been real bad. Cody well casual. Yeah, that's a scary move to deflect. Okay, yeah, stay safe. Okay, nice. Okay, what do we have here? What do we have here? Okay. Get the wall break. Unfortunately, the wings do reset. Okay. Oh no, the Kisei special run up grab on the standstill. Yeah, I see that. We're taking account of that stun dipper. All right, that's a little scary to do. On the charge stunnage, it's one of these things that like kind of gets lesser Kai players off guard, but like greater Kai players. It's like lesser demons and greater demons. Greater Kai players will recognize that and just like, know that it's actually their turn. Just a little thing to keep in mind of. Oh, let's punish that. Yeah, I think it was tilted the entire time, says Chris. I feel that. Me too. Whenever I fight Kai, I'm like that too. That's why I want to play more against Kai. Like, Kai's, again, I keep saying this, Kai's one of these characters that, like, you think you know how to play against because you see this kind of playstyle over and over and over again. Hadouken, Shoryuken, Tatsumaki, right? A Shoto character. But then when you actually fight Kai, he's like, you're like, what do I do against this guy? Oh no! I like the idea. You got hit with the low, but didn't get hit with the high. That was unfortunate. Spider Tank said earlier, I feel like the match was quite Kai favored. Yeah, me too. I feel like Arxis should make a subliminal message here in this matchup by making Dizzy the stronger character in this matchup. Right now, it's kind of like they're saying that Kai's the more dominant person in this relationship, which I feel like it actually should be Dizzy, you know? They're implying that Kai is the dominant one, the one with more power, because of how tough the matchup is, right? They should make Dizzy stronger and better at the matchup. I don't know where I'm going with this, but let's read a couple things and then we'll move on to Christy here. Just off the top of my head, versus Kai. So, honestly, I saw a lot of micro drops, and that was the biggest thing in that match. I think if we didn't drop a few things, if just these little things were just a little bit better, we would have won that. You know, that's all it was, honestly. Like for instance, that 2K into 5D reset, the 2K hit, but for some reason the 5D didn't. If we just like did something safe like 2D or 2K into Fire Spear or something like that, right? That would have comboed. That would have got you the at least. either killed him or got rid of his burst, right? Made you in a better position. But I do like the idea of, you know, you're thinking about like, how do I open up this character 5D? Yeah, okay, that works. It was just unlucky, I don't think. No, I think I see the vision. You know what's been working for me, especially in neutral against Kai, is actually playing around with that far slash. For some reason, if the Kai likes to run up and far slash you, if you do a preventive far slash or maybe even a 5H, that seems to catch them. Especially if you have fish between you and Kai. So if you have a K fish there, a lot of times Kai's like to think, I'm gonna just reach with far slash and then stun dipper, or reach with far slash, beat out the fish and touch Dizzy, and then we'll do like a Fudra arc or something like that, right? But if you sit right behind there and just far slash or 5H behind the fish, it's I've had success with that. Yeah, it's tough. It's a tough matchup because it feels very scrambly. But I think, honestly, I think if you just kind of clean up execution, work a little bit on that throw game of yours, which, by the way, when you're in the corner, K fish, and if you want to do run up 2K 6H, I don't think that works in the corner. So you might want to do something different. I'd say maybe do 2K into link that into close slash whatever, close slash into like Kara Fire Spear with that fish fighting between the 2K and the close slash, if you guys can put that together. So it's like you throw them in the corner, K fish, if you want to do a strike, dash up 2K, fish bites, close slash Fire Spear. In the corner, for some reason, run up 2K into 6H doesn't connect. That's more of a mid-screen thing. So like I think you had a combo going, but it like dropped because the 6H didn't connect properly. It just doesn't work in the corner. So a little bit of routing changes depending on where you are on screen might be a little helpful. By the way, you can actually safe jab against Kai. So instead of approaching with 2K on a strike throw, maybe approach with a 2P. So 2P naturally doesn't safe jab against Vapor Thrust, an 11 frame reversal, but if you hit it slightly late, like it's a 3-frame active attack, right? If you hit it on frame 1 of the active frames, it's not going to safe jab. If you hit on frame 2 or 3, it'll safe jab. So just by chance, if you do 2P, fish bites, and then you continue the rest of it, 2P while holding back, you have a good chance of just safe jabbing his Vapor Thrust if you're kind of worried about it. Yeah, so there's an option. That's an option too. I believe Paluna likes doing that. And of course, you can apply that to other characters with 11 frame reversal, such as Johnny, or 11 plus frame reversal, such as Testament or Faust. So something to kind of play around with if you want. In fact, I almost think you should always do that against Testament, right? You're always going to be safe jabbing unless you do it super late. All right. Anyway. So very quick. I think just from that, all I saw was we just need to clean up combos, setups. And Kai specifically recognizing what you can punish, recognizing when you're advantaged, especially with Ice Field out. I need to work on that, by the way. So, cleaning up, basically housekeeping, clean up, combos, setups. Actually, you know what? Setups, combos, and honestly, not saying you're not a confident person, but a lot of the times the combos and setups drop because of being tilted, because you're fighting Kai. He's a very scrambly character. Building up confidence against the character. Play more against Kai so that you can go into the matchup knowing what to expect, and you're not, you might not be so tilted when he does a stun dipper because you've seen it all the time. You know, that's something I need to work on. And what did I mention? That's about it. I get angry incredibly fast in a guy. No, you don't. No, I'm just joking. Do you? Oh no. How do you fix that? You need some nice calming tea. I think if you play more, get angry incredibly fast. I'm not sure if I can help in that case. In that case, oh no, you just don't see it here because it ruins the mood. Oh, okay, I see. Ah, Try to. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna say do this or do that. In terms of if you know, in terms of emotions, because I know it's super nuanced, right? I know it's not gonna be as simple. But you know, just make sure you're taking care of yourself, Chris. If you're finding yourself really frustrated at the game, if you're sitting here right beside me, I'm like, let's go out and grab a burger. You know, what animes you want to watch? Let's check out that fun anime. You know, yeah, your time is precious, Chris. You don't want to be spending it too much on things that just make you upset. You want to enrich your time, enrich your free time that you've earned on things that make you happy. Get your, you know, we'll grab a burger, we'll grab some chocolate. You know, watch some anime. Check out the new Spider-Man movie. I hear that's good. But just make sure you're taking care of yourself. So let me see who's next. So Christy's up next. By the way, I used to be really anxious, and I mean, I still am. Like, I still like get upset at work and stuff like that. But what really helped me kind of get over like work anger or work irritability is making sure I got good sleep and making sure I got a coffee. I know it's probably unproductive in terms of my overall health to like supplement my mental well-being with something that can increase my heart rate, my blood pressure, and maybe take a few years off my life a little bit. But I'm happier in the time, so you know, I know what I'm getting myself into. But anyway, I you know, just sleeping better, making sure I'm getting time off, being more kind to myself. I'm not kind to myself at all, guys. Like, I will push myself at work and not give myself a break. I have to tell myself to break. So make sure you guys are taking breaks too, if that helps you. All right, so let's see. Christy. Does Christy have a particular username? Hey, Christy here. Okay, hey, Christy. Excuse me. All right, here we go, Christy. It's time. All right, let's follow you and check out your replays. So Christy is this Platinum 2? Let's write that down. Plat 2? Alright. I will try my best to offer advice. Alright. So Christy, any requests? Do you want me to take a look at any particular match? Get a coffee and watermelon? That sounds awesome. Honestly, I've I've changed the animes I watch too, and I think that affects my mood. So I'm watching more stuff like Yuru Camp, like Slice of Life Isekai, and all these other shows like that. I'm still like, I used to watch ReZero, all this intense stuff, but sometimes it just gets depressing. ReZero, Made in Abyss, all that stuff, right? I'm like, it's really interesting, those shows, but like, it's like watching The Walking Dead. I just feel sad after. So now I just watch like, you know, what's the show we're watching right now? A show that we just finished. I love this show so much. I wish they make more. My dad got reincarnated into like the villainess of my game or something like that. It's about like this isekai where this 52-year-old man gets isekai'd, gets hit by a truck, and now he's playing the villainess, the rich girl. The rich girl. I almost said it with a B. I'm joking. But the rich aristocrat who. So my wife says from bureaucrat to villainess. My dad's been reincarnated. It's such a lovely show. And basically the dad, who's now this character who looks like Karen from Street Fighter 5, Karen Kanzuki, instead of being like the roadblock or the speed bump of the main character trying to, win the love of the prince, the dad is actually trying to like better the life of everybody. And it's such a wholesome show. I love it. Shows like that. Anyway, I think over a year or two of watching this stuff, it's like making me a much more chill person. Chris says, I sleep at 2 a.m. every night. I wouldn't know what good sleep is, even if it hit me in the face. As long as you're sleeping for like 8 hours, I think. So Chrissy says, my soul robo-ky are the most represented matches, I think. But other than that, feel free to check everything you want. I love the tips. Yo, Braun says, I love my slice of love isekai animes. I love them too. Made in Abyss, man. That one, that one messed me up. Chris says, not an anime, but we've been reading to watch the Backrooms movie. Might do that tomorrow. Yeah, let's go. I want to watch the new Spider-Man movie, but we don't have a movie theater anymore. Alright, so let's just watch this one versus A Soul. So this is Plat 2 Christie versus, looks like, Diamond 2 Soul. Ikuma Show. Yo, Erica, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. You need some balance on the media you gotta consume. Going too hard on the same kind of emotion responses can mess you up. Yeah, that's what happened to me watching The Walking Dead. I watched like 8 hours of The Walking Dead. 6p round starts. Alright, let's go. So I think... Uh-oh, okay. Let me pause this real quick. I need to set up my notepad. First thing I'm gonna say... and we're just... This could be an outlier, Christy. I like how you're freezing the ground. But let's just make sure we're utilizing our plus moves on freeze. So, chestnut. And that could just been an outlier. You probably, maybe you already do that, but we'll keep an eye on it. Alright, so what do we have? Okay, good cancel. Oh, I like the immediate Wings of Light. So you got that sauce? Okay, we can calm off that. Okay. Let's get the wall break. Yeah. This is looking good. Uh-oh. A little bit of combo drop. Heavy McHale sword twice. Doesn't work in the corner. So we're going to Heavy McHale sword into S McHale sword. And that alone may have been... may lead into a disastrous end. I'm hoping not. Hope we can salvage this. Okay. Okay, ouch. So, in my eyes, you won that, by the way. We just need to clean up the execution a little bit. 2K2D McHale sword. Okay. 2K2D McHale sword and 2. Yeah, your combo. What do we have here? Oh, I like it. Luna special, it did drop, so we need to work on that a little bit. So immediately, a big thing is, a big thing is just overall execution. The building blocks are there. You're doing the right thing. We just need to do a little bit of housekeeping. That's all. Clean up the combos. Your setups, you got the right idea. Ah, I love it. 2K, 2D. Good bait. I'm seeing a lot of 2K, 2D into McHale swords, but I think we can... I think we can just if you're not already doing it, let's focus on sometimes going from okizeme. Okay. And it could be a muscle memory thing because you're so effectively using 2K2D into Mikhail's sword. That it's kind of like getting you in that muscle memory of doing it all the time. But sometimes we want to be shifting our gears to a 2K2D fire spear, the chestnut, if they're blocking, or 2K2D fish of some sort, do a setup like that. With that said, you could be favoring the idea of pushing Soul to the next, pushing Soul full screen and playing that neutral. That's fair too, because Soul really struggles against Dizzy neutral. Alright, let me see some of this. I'm gonna try and get some good sleep that you keep talking about. Sounds good. Thank you, FT Dub. Usually I use Fire Spear, but I see the hit is going a sword. Yeah, that's totally fair. I would almost argue that you should always, like, if you're kind of deciding between 2K2D spear or 2K2D sword. When Ice Field is out, I almost would always say 2K2D spear. It's gonna be good on block and it's gonna be good on hit. 2K2D sword is only good on hit and it's pretty bad on block if you have freeze out, the Ice Field. So if you're at that stage of your gameplay, if you're at the stage of your Dizzy learning where you're just trying to figure out muscle memory, as soon as you see the Ice Field, make a switch. Be like, okay, now I'm gonna focus on 2K2D Fire Spear. I think that'll be very healthy for you in the long run. There's really no downside of it on hit versus a Mikhail sword on hit. And it's just really good on block. But it's a muscle memory thing. You might be kind of working that out. I see the workings of a good Dizzy player. You're already doing the Paluna special. It did drop at the end, but you're doing it. You're attempting it. You're better than a lot of players out there who don't even try, right? Yeah. Low-key better show of fundies than I have ever done. And I said, no, not true, Chris. You're good. Your fundamentals are there too. I would say you have good fundamentals. Your execution is better, and I think the fundamentals are better. Not saying anything bad about Christy here. I'm just making sure that you are, that I need to make it obvious that you are not bad. But Christy's got work on fundamentals too. But it's all there. The building blocks are there. We just gotta put them together, and then we're gonna see a really good, strong DC player. Yo, Huntress, how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate it. You're up early. How's it going there, Huntress? Really appreciate it. How's it going, everyone? Hope you're all doing well. For those who don't know, my name's the guy, Guilty Gear OG-san, and yeah, you finally get to raid me. I'm always raiding Huntress. I never give the chance for Huntress to raid me, because we're always at different times. Thank you so much, Huntress. Really appreciate it. Let's go ahead and shout out Huntress. For those who don't know, Huntress is a VTuber. FGC VTuber, just like the old times, exactly. Me, Huntress, Gus, and like Smoy would be the only ones streaming at like 2 or 3 a.m. back in the day. And then we would just have this rotation of raiding. Right now, Huntress is playing Avatar, Street Fighter 6, and other games. But we all used to play Guilty Gear Strive. But then, Arxis just kept doing Huntress dirty and kept on nerfing Anji, doing some weird shit with Anji. And like, at that time, we're like, okay, we could accept it. We're okay with Anji being shit. Or whatever. It's Strive, it's not plus R, it's not XR. You can do whatever you want with Anji. But then they give like Anji things to other characters, making all Anji players at the time be like, what is going on? Why are you leaving us in the dust? So I don't blame Huntress for like, alt F4ing when it comes to Strive. But yeah, hope you're doing well, Huntress. Thank you so much for the raid once again. We're doing some VOD reviews. I'm actually reviewing a fellow Dizzy player right now, Christy. We're just trying to be better players. So Christy's a Platinum 2 a platinum to Dizzy player, and we're just kind of going over what we need to improve. So we're looking at a versus soul match, but because Huntress is here, I think the next match we want to look at is a versus Angie. The VOD reviewing is going pretty good. I'm getting a little exhausted from talking a whole lot, not gonna lie. So my wife got me Tim Hortons here. I'm double fisting some double doubles. But yeah, welcome everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Again, for those who don't know, my name is the guy, Guilty Gear Old Man. We're gonna go ahead and watch the next match. Christy versus this other soul. So Platinum to Dizzy versus Diamond to Soul. Double fisting Tim Hortons. Blaster, how's it going, man? What's up? Kung Fu Soy Sauce. Cheers to fellow Canadians. Let's go. Yo, how are the Blue Jays doing? I haven't checked the score yet. Oh, please tell me the Blue Jays are winning. Alright, and for those who want to check out the YouTube and Discord. Oh, let's not talk about the Jays. Oh, okay. Oh no, don't tell me they're losing already. Alright, round start, Christy. What are we doing here? Let's take a look. Actually, you know what? You got me curious. How are the Jays doing? Oh, 0-0. Okay, hey, we're not doing too bad right now. It's just the run is bad. Today, listen, Kung Fu Soy Sauce. The trade deadline is just in a couple days, right? Maybe we'll get a few good players, and then things will turn around. All right. Anyway, let's watch this. They've been having trouble, but it's okay because last season was double AF. That's true. All right, JD round start. Actually, let's talk about what we want to be doing. Oh my goodness, those are some pretty aggressive air grabs. I think in general against Soul, I like to make sure that there's a P-fish set when I can. I like this aggressiveness from Christy here, actually. A lot of times we are apprehensive going back. Nice combo. That was good. That was the Paluna special we were looking for last game. It didn't quite work, but now we put it together. The read. All right. But yo, without Kazuma Okamoto, where would the Blue Jays be, hey? Oh yeah, so there we go. There's a moment where I think a Fire Spear would have been very good. Alright, wall break. At this point, what do we want to do? It was a losing round. After the wall break, you want to play neutral a little bit. Try your best to play neutral as long as you can so that you can charge up that burst for the next round. Nice. Okay. Oh, okay. Alright, hey. Jump back, JK. That's been a theme of all of us Dizzy players today, hey? We want to do jump back JH when we can. Now that I said it, when I bait a throw, I'm probably going to jump back JK by accident. Alright, here we go. Fire Spear. He still has a burst. This is not looking too good. We'll survive this combo though. But the next interaction is gonna kill us. Okay. A lot of haymakers. That went back and forth. Something, I heard something. Yo, birds, how's it going? Thank you so much for $1.99. Is that you, Alex? Thank you so much. If it's you, Alex, another goated Dizzy player with very, very tricky mix-ups. Alright, next one. Thank you so much, Birds. $1.99. That just paid for my double doubles. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. The failed tick throw hurt me in the soul. That's always so bad to whiff. Yeah. I gotta work on that. I gotta work on going for more safe strikes than going for a throw. Sometimes I'm too trigger happy on the throw. Nice bait. Good read. Couldn't do a whole lot with it. Alright. Oh. Are we playing Vanquisher? Everyone's like baiting baiting burst and all that. There's a burst bait. Right, here we go. Nice. I like the attempt. That low wasn't the easiest to connect actually, I find, but it was a good try. These are EU players? They're pretty good at not vanquisher, at platinum and diamond. All right, here we go. What do we do here? Oh! All right. Ice spike, what do we do here? Gonna go for that Paluna special again. Okay, ooh. All right. Unless you win here. Can you pick up? Oh, nice. Uh-oh. Okay, it worked out. It worked out. That was a little bit scary. That burst at the end of the round. If I was a coach, I would tell my student, let's not do that if we have another round ahead of us, right? It's better to save it. Thankfully and luckily, we took the round. We took the match because of it. There was another good thing, right? There was a point where we could have broke the wall, but I think it was very smart not to break the wall. It would have reset the situation. So, actually, let's take a look at the last round, last little bit again. That was clutch. Okay, next round. Yeah, it was this one, right? Yeah. Let's fast forward it to the end there. I know that right here, okay, so Soul's about, here we go. I would have, like, good on you for taking this, but unless you felt super confident that you're going to kill your opponent after this burst, a lot of times the quote-unquote correct decision to make is actually to save your burst for the next round. Especially when you see this burst discrepancy. Soul has no burst and you have a full burst. You have one more life left, right? You won though, so that's okay. At that point, I think you can also bait the burst too. So that was kind of a scary place to burst. This is a cute animation. I've never seen Dizzy like this, by the way. I like that. Poppy Knight. How's it going? Thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. I panicked. Lamau. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. I've never seen Dizzy's fall animation like this. That's really cute. What a cutie. Alright. So we got lucky here. I think we got lucky. I think you panicked here too. You wanted to make sure you do as much damage. But this actually worked out because you didn't get the wall break. The wall break would have reset the situation. You got the hard knockdown. So that it just worked out. Nice bait, by the way. This is a beautiful bait. And then here you could probably did a little bit more in terms of a combo to break the wall, but you didn't break the wall. I think this is actually good decision making. Because if you broke the wall once again, reset the situation, they have 50%, they can BRC in. Whether or not that was an accident, it was beautiful. And then the next interaction killed. There you go. So that worked out in the end. You know, I didn't see a whole lot of the neutral, to be honest. There's a lot of haymakers. But I think in general, if you have the spacing and the time, setting up a pea fish, like the aerial fish, is good. It's good to keep him grounded in case he's jumping around a lot. A lot of soul players like to, you know, try to out-navigate Dizzy by being in the air, like doing a charged bandit bringer in the air and that sort of thing. But if you have a pea fish set up in the air, it kind of covers him and doesn't allow him to actually jump up a whole lot. And you mix that in with like fire spears or JDs, it'll kind of keep him grounded. Although I think your soul was kind of grounded as it is. I'm just talking in a general sense. My robo-ky matches are more modern. What is pea fish? It is the opposite of poo fish. Punch fish. The punch fish. If you don't mind here, Chrissy, why don't I take a look at a Angie match and then we'll take a look at a Kai match. Just because of the big raid from Huntress, and Huntress plays or played Kai. Or not Kai. Angie. Alright. Let's see if we have a big set here. Actually, let's take a look at these two. Did we win or lose? Okay, we lost here. Oh no, we won here. Alright. This is gonna be good. But before we get into it, let me just write down just a few things. I think your play is just as good as it is. You just gotta play more. Can I ask how long you've been playing, Christy? Because if you tell me you haven't been playing that long, I think you've got the potential to be a really strong Dizzy player. Actually, either way, if you've been playing for a long time, you have a potential to be a strong Dizzy player. If you're a newbie, you are very much potential to become a strong Dizzy player. Just keep at it. But honestly, housekeeping is probably the big thing here, and that gets cleaned up by more playing. Housekeeping being cleaning up your combos and stuff, combos and setups. All right, it's my first fighting game ever. Let's go. All right, you know, bookmark this player. She's going places. All right, here we go against Angie, Huntress's character. All right, so round start. Micro dash 2K. He's be spinning. Let's see here. What do we do against that? Nice 6P response, actually. That was a good burst. Oh my goodness. All right, 5P anti-airs. What's Angie all about? Is he a set play character? I think he's more classified as a rushdown character. He'll get you blocking and then he'll do a high-low. He'll try to be greedy and extend his turn. With a lot of... he's got tools to do that. He's got a good neutral tool to pass right through buttons, but it's kind of risky. Sometimes, like that one right there, the dance. So you can't really like push buttons with the same mindset as other characters. Okay, got fish, nice. Okay, let's see what pressure you got. They have a burst here. Oh, try to get that 6H to hit as they wake up. There we go. Yeah. Kind of have to play around that dance. Nice. This should kill. It's just, yeah, don't do anything too special. Just finish the combo. Nice. 2H call. That's right. Crouching heavy. Chris says, here's what most people would refer to as annoying as F. All right. Next one. Alright, round start. What do we do here? I like to micro dash and do nothing. Nice JK. Sometimes I JK just to like proc the dance if it comes out. And it's a fairly quote unquote safe aggressive option. Yeah. Got the right idea. We can clean it up a little bit. Be a little bit more resource optimal with the ice field out. Ice field. Combos. Efficiency. bad. Puddle Stump, how's it going? What's up? Why don't they call Angie Dizzy? Homie can't stop spinning. He's also got fish. Nice XP. Okay, that, I believe. The Angie pressure is so... feels like it's a lot more nuanced now than it ever was. With the charged overheads, charged lows and stuff. I don't know what really is punishable and not anymore, you know? I know that the non-charged stuff are punishable. Alright. Okay, round start, what do we do? Dash block. Oh, nice. You know, when Angie is doing that much dancing, one thing I like to do, like, unironically, is just run up and grab. Especially if you have projectiles out. When they see projectiles out, they're gonna want to dance it, right? So run up and grab is not a bad option every once in a while. It's like the forbidden fruit. You have a little bite of it, but you don't want to... Okay, nice, wow. You don't want to like it too much. Or you don't want to over-represent it, wow. Alright, hold up. Clearly I need more coffee. Yes, you can grab this spin. So I know this matchup wasn't one that you were requesting here, Christy, but yeah, so I won't actually be too critical about the specific matchup, but it did kind of give me a glimpse of one thing. I think we can clean up a little bit on our combo efficiency, especially with Icefield out. I noticed it in the last match. I'm noticing it in this one. With Icefield out, you can probably do the same amount of damage and outcomes without using any meter. We'll go over that in just a moment. I'll watch one more replay and then we're going to we'll go in training mode. So you want me to take a look at a robo-ky match. So here's one against a fellow Platinum 2 player, Vava. I'll be honest, I haven't studied robo-ky a whole lot. I just have a bunch of hypothetical kind of scenarios in my mind of what I would do. But let's take a look at this. Alright. Oh, and one more thing. I'm not sure... Oh, never mind. I was going to say maybe a Platinum 2 robo-ky isn't a good representation of wanting to dissect this matchup. But you never know. This Platinum 2 robo-ky could be really, really good. Alright, so... Well, they can combo. XP, that nice XP, good awareness. Okay, what do we do here? Oh no! Little drop. Okay, oh. Can't. May have been able to pick that up, but I also like the idea of just dropping it for the hard knockdown. Round start. I feel like robo-ky round start, like with far slash and 5H, might be a problem for Dizzy. I could be... What the? Let's go. 2H gang. Let's go. Okay, and then we can get the Paluna. Alright. Good holding onto your burst. I love it. Okay, there we go. What's the setup? I think that was an air dash back JH, but it worked out. Good shit. I can't think of anything specific about robo-ky right now that we're struggling with. Did anything stick out there? I mean, the pink elephant is actually the 2H on the it looked like a 5H. That worked, but I'm not writing that down. There's nothing to give advice about there. It's just funny to comment on. That was sick. All right, let's watch the next one. I'm trying to think. What can we... I think the more I watch, the more I realize, yeah, everything is clean. Everything is looking clean. We just gotta make sure our block strings end up in something better in block. But we'll talk about that. Dizzy's good. Alright, that's scary. So let's pay attention to see if any more ice spike, ice field. If we do need more of that in unsafe situations. Not gonna kill. Oh, now it's gonna kill with the wall break. Round start, walk back. I like that. We are getting hit by... I think our defense needs to work. Hard for me to tell, but I think we're getting hit a little bit too much with that 2S, or like when the block string is more than a few hits. Maybe you're holding up back or something like that. I think I've seen it at least 2 or 3 times. I need to pay more attention to that, but might be something to kind of be aware of. Just a really basic thing on defense. Alright, next one. Round start 6P. I think that's a good option. I feel like a lot of robo-ky players, maybe at this level, would want a far slash or 5H. Good blocks. Yeah, let's go in here. We don't want him on the on the mat too long. Okay, yeah, here we go. Luna special. Overextend a little bit. It worked out though. Oh, you give me a heart attack every time you don't fire spear. It's a left right. Salvaged. Okay, yeah. Lucky throw. What do we got? Good 6P. There we go. What do we have? Okay, yeah. I think I saw the chat do that earlier too. Ice spike, 2K2D, jump over. I don't know if that's an actually good one though. Let's look into that. Ice spike. 2K2D. Fish. I want to see that. I mean, I only saw you do it once, but oopsies. My monitor turned off. Hopefully that's not going to mess up my stream. There we go. But yeah, overall, Christy, I think you're doing good. Let's just clean up a few things in case you're not aware of them. Keep doing your thing and keep adding on to it. But let's let's for a moment just address a couple things here. I think your dizzy is just fine. You know what you need to do too? Let's change the music. Okay, Christy. So, actually, let's address this first before I forget. Ice spike. Be careful with this one. I think I saw the chap do this too. 2K2D. You know what? Actually, this might be okay. It's not like they can jump out of this, right? So it's a slightly delayed hit on wake up. I guess if you want to do that, that's okay, actually. Try one thing here. So you want to get behind them. Okay. I'm curious. If I do this... I think this works better. Let's make sure that the fish and the JK isn't 6Pable. Okay. Isn't mashable. That's the biggest thing, right? We gotta make sure that we can't get mashed out of that. Alright. That's a big thing too. Are we gonna get pushed back too much? So I'll block the first hit, and I'll get hit by the second one. Okay, so that's okay. That's actually pretty good, but again, we need to test its stability. Block the first hit. Okay. How fast is this guy's 5P? 5 frames, okay. You may have just awakened something in me, by the way. I think this is a more consistent way to get this. Normally, if you do this, by the way, it's really hard to get the JK and the close-2H to connect. It's like, it's not consistent. It's not really consistent enough for me to always do. Right? You often get pushed back too far away. So I'll get hit here. Especially if you do the JK at a lower height. Here we gotta do a dash jump, by the way. Why is this connecting? Is it because it's robo-ky? Hold up. Yo, PoppyNut, what's up? I just started playing 3 days ago, and it is so helpful to see how other people are learning too. Yeah, for sure. This is definitely different than how I'm usually learning the game, by the way. But I'm trying to help other people learn, so I'm glad that it's helpful. Okay, I'm confused. Why is this working so well now? Normally, I have a hard time connecting this. But it's connecting so well. What is going on? Hit crouching? That's true. But that's what you want your opponent to do, right? You want your opponent to get hit while crouching. Weird. Maybe I'm just better at it. That's why it's easy. I think if the lower I try to do it, that's when it doesn't connect. It's like whenever I go for this in an actual match, that's what happens, right? Block this, 5B. Yeah. So, okay, this is the problem that Chris was mentioning. If you hit them while standing, the 2H won't hit. But that's when you want to kind of do other things. Maybe close slash 2D into fire. Close slash 2D into fish. Yo, Braun, how's it going? All right, Nagai, is it time for a set? I think so. Let me just finish this up with Christy, and then we'll do a set if you don't mind. Yo, Phil. Oh, Fira Illustrations, how's it going? Hi, Nagai. By doing that setup, you made me boot up the game instantly. I had to try it. Yeah. Oh, I might need to take 5, my wife says, to eat something. Yeah, let me, let's finish up this coaching advice or little thing I'm doing here with Christy. I want to just mention my notes, what I have in my notes, and then we'll take a break, and when I'll have a little bit more coffee, some food, and then we'll play a set there, Braun, if you don't mind. Watching other people get coached or just seeing what really seasoned players pick up on is so insightful. I'm learning too. I think I'm going to try and do this more. Like, why not? If I can get a really nice inconsistent air dash back JK into... Okay, so that's what happens. Okay. But it worked that time. What? Oh, it's because I got hit. If I got hit the first time, then it won't work. Okay. But if they block the first hit, which I'm counting them to block, the mix-up isn't the cross-up, but rather the high-low. If I can open up with just the overhead, I'm happy. Something like that, right? I'm okay with this. I'm really okay with the cross-up not working. What about KS fish? Does a KS fish hit the way I want it to? I hold up back here. KS fish, no, it doesn't hit fast enough. I need the regular K fish here. I think doing it in this way makes it easier to connect everything. But it seems to... Yeah, there seems to be a bigger gap. So I'm thinking probably 5P there. A little bit of a trade. Doesn't mean I can't do a little earlier though. So I think we still struggle with the same thing as a regular 2K 2D fish into crossover. Right, still a gap there, so it's not real in that sense, but it seems to be easier to connect close size 2H, which is huge for like an overhead JK. Okay, so I just wanted to address that real quick. I want to see if it was real. I saw Chap do it. I just saw Christy do it. You know what? I kind of like it. I actually kind of like it. I might add that to my repertoire of things. Yo, Vivi, how's it going? Hope you're doing well. Really quick here, Christy. Like, you're very, very clean for a starter, someone who's starting off. I do want you to do this more, though. I think we can all agree that like ending a block string during field with Fire Spear is a very decent thing to do on block. You can like apply some nice continued rush down pressure, right? In case you didn't already realize it, or in case you don't know, Fire Spear is +9, maybe +8 on block sometimes. There we go. So if you just keep canceling into it and doing a quick move after, you can basically create quote-unquote free pressure, right? Don't do that. You know? And on hit with ice field out, very, very good. You get a free pickup with ice spike again, right? You can continue ice field pressure or just finish it off with the combo in the setup, that sort of thing. Yo, Mini, how's it going? What's up? So even, so I guess you were doing 2K2D Mikhail sword, which is good. You can kind of pick up like that. Maybe go into a Paluna like setup. You can do the same thing with 2K2D. 2K2D Fire Spear, right? Pick them up. Just like that. Same sort of thing. You do you do less damage? I think you do the same amount of damage actually. But it's just one of these things that, you know, it's good to get used to. If you see field out and you got your opponent block string, just condition yourself Fire Spear after your block string. Use that as a starting point. And then you can do other kind of cute things to expand off of it, such as, I don't know, Ice Spike, 2K, and just throw whatever on field. And then you can play around with that. So just another thing to work on. There's like not a whole lot I can kind of pick apart at your gameplay. I don't think it's very fair to say you got to do this combo this way, you got to do this setup that way. What you're doing is just fine. Just keep it up. Keep it up. Solidify what you're doing right now and add on to it. You know, you have a portfolio of setups. You have like this starting deck, not starting deck. Like you have the starting hand. You know what to play, but then later on you want to add more cards into your hand and have more cards to play. But I think you're doing good. Just add the Fire Spear stuff, I think. But yeah, housekeeping. Yeah, keep it up. All right. Any questions there, Christy? Did you want me to go through anything else? I think that's all I really wanted to talk about. The glaring thing is just ice field block strings, ice field combos. There's no need to spend meter. At least early on, when it comes to ice field combos. Of course, you can't combo after the pop unless you freeze again. So I'd say that's good enough. I have no questions except how are you getting the setup you did before? Oh, which setup is that? This one? Couching. That's right. Sit back and enjoy the couching. Alright, so it's simply just Ice Spike, dash up 2K2D, K-Fish, jump forward, and then air dash back. Okay, be careful though. Here's the thing. You have to be very conscientious and aware of your opponent's state as they get hit. What do I mean by that? Are they standing or are they crouching? So I'm going to set my opponent to crouch and guard after first hit, disable block switching. So what this does is that it allows my opponent to block the fish, which is a realistic situation. That fish is a mid. It's not going to open them up. I'm going to dash jump, get behind them. We're going to block the fish, and then we're going to air dash back in JK. JK close / 2H. So that's the basic way to set it up from just a raw 2K 2D. I gotta do this more, by the way. I always do air dash back JK and then 5K 2D or something stupid like that. I loop it. But it's better to just cash out on damage. Every once in a while, they will get hit on the first fish bite while standing. And when you see that, you abort mission. You don't do close as 2H anymore because that's not connect. It's not going to connect. In that case, you just either do 2K 2D or close as 2D or close as 6H. Alright. Do something like that instead. It's just one of these little flaws of this setup, among many different things. I don't often recommend people doing this because of how flawed it is. And I do it because I have a really good understanding of how bad and good this can be. I do this all the time. I've been doing it since day one, and I haven't stopped. It's been effective for me, but I know when to stop because of it. I know when it's good and when it's bad, you know? But there's also this. So that didn't connect, right? But if I crouch now as soul, crouch block this, it's gonna... Oh, it still didn't connect. Never mind. All right. All right. Anyway, I'll write that down. I'll paste it into the doc, and then we'll play some matches, and I'll finish off the stream at some point going over Spider Tank's matches. But I think I need to take a break from match VOD viewing and play some matches. Also, Christy, real quick, and then I gotta go pee. Does that make the fish cross up? That one, I don't think it did actually. It's funny, Rayette. When I do those, jump overs, I am not counting on the cross up to hit. In fact, I don't want it to hit usually. Genry, thank you. All right, so Chrissy, once again, it's very good, very strong starting point. Let me be clear on that. Let me be clear. Let me be clear. Very good starting point. But I really need you to do Fire Spear and block strings. During Ice Field. Basically, we don't want to be left doing... we don't want to be left finishing block strings with S sword. Under normal circumstances, S sword is generally speaking safe on block, except if you're moving in with Ice Field. I just noticed that behind me might... There you go. We don't want to be left finishing blocks with S sword during field. I think that's the biggest thing here. Genmi, what are you doing here? So this will up your combo efficiency. You're going to be doing less RCs on your combos too. So fire spears and block strings, and then try out some fire spear into ice spike pickups during field. Okay, and of course just housekeeping, which is clean up, consistency, combo, and setup consistency. I have to ask, do you have a go-to thing that you like to do after a throw? So after a throw, a lot of players are doing fish into a strike throw. If you're not already doing that, I think you're doing that. I've seen that. You know, try to work with that and expand off it. All right, so that's it for now. I'm going to copy this into like my overall Dizzy doc. Okay. So put it at the bottom here. There we go. VOD views. There we go. So to get to this, just type in exclamation mark Dizzy, and there we go. I like fish to bait out DP. Me too. I do as well. So there you go. Fish to bait out DP. A lot of different ways you can do that. But don't forget, you don't have to give up too much pressure if you're baiting out a DP. You can do the Nagai, like Nagai high-low, a delayed overhead, while being safe from a DP. Like something like that. Fish, jumping in the corner. Well, this is only during in the corner. If you're in the corner, sorry, rather. Mid-screen, you do have to dash in a little bit, and then neutral jump. Be safe from DP. This one doesn't work as well with that fish behind them. You have to have a pretty deep fish for good punish. Alright, oopsies. Thank you, Genmu, but really, we know that you're the GOAT. You're the GOAT Moo. Alright, I gotta go pee. I'm gonna take a quick break. Let's turn on the ads. I'm doing a little pee-pee dance right now. We'll turn on the ads, which will disable pre-rolls, and I'm gonna grab something quick to eat. We're gonna play some matches with Angie, and then at some point we'll do the match analysis with Spider Tank. I'm gonna go do the pea fish and the poo fish. That's right. You're right. Okay, here we go. All right, BRB. Be right back. Alright, we are back. Let's get some games in. I feel refreshed. Igunam, how's it going? Spider Tank, you're up next, by the way, for the match analysis. But I think I'm gonna take a little bit of a break and play some matches right now, and then we'll end the stream off with going over your matches and stuff. So I'm just gonna warm up, get some games going. What's the score right now? How are the Blue Jays doing? You're right. Hydrate. I need some water. Thank you. Thank you, Rayette. Blue Jays score. Oh, nice. All right. 2-1. Winnable. We can do this. It's funny that we say 2-1 and it's winnable, quote unquote. There's like you would almost think that we've basically have it in the bag or whatever, right? But no. The Blue Jays have been struggling so much. Oh shit. Okay, hold up. So it was 2-0 at the top of the sixth.
Oh, suck it, guy. Yes. Oh, suck it, guy.
That's hold on. You gotta see who did that actually. Oopsies, wrong screen. If you do suck it in a guy. There we go. Do it again.
Yes. Oh, suck it, guy. Oh.
There we go. That was from like a high stakes match between me and Elvin Shadow. Oh yeah, so they're changing the pitcher from Kevin Gausman to Braden Fisher. They have one runner on third. We have 2 outs, so this could be bad. The leadoff run is in the batting box right now. But who scored runs for us? So Ernie Clement gets a single, Miles Straw gets a double, and then Luis Urias gets a sac fly. Okay, and then this bum Vladimir Guerrero Jr. gets the third out. God damn it. All right, anyway. We'll keep an eye on the score. Is it time for another baseball dizzy? I would love that, Minnie. I would really love that. I'll pay you for that. I think it's time. Up to you though. I don't wanna bug you. I love baseball dizzy. I will commission you for it. Alright, let's play some matches. We should update my goals actually before we do this. So the goal today is to punish if I do hold on, what's this? If I if I avoid a throw by being in the air, I want to do JH. So punish swift throw with JH. Try not to do JK. But you guys can't see it. I wrote it down here in my goals. That's a big goal. All right. I'm down to do it for free. I will pay you. I love my baseball dizzy that you made me. I use it all the time. I'm gonna put that on a shirt, if that's okay. we can split the commissions if we do that. Put it in the back of a shirt or something. Oh, Braun, let's go. Here we go. Red or brawn. Alright, this is gonna possibly end badly for me. Here we go. Let me know if the music is too loud. That'd be so awesome. I would love to put that on a shirt. Or like a baseball jersey. Imagine cooking all day at work, going home to cook some more, and then you have to do dishes. The food was good though. As long as the food's good. It's not a setup of any sorts. Oh my goodness. Let's be a little aggressive here. Oh my goodness. That was not supposed to be a fish. A 5B setup there would have been nice. My arch nemesis, the stuff after the food, the dishes. I really shouldn't have bursted that. All right, here we go. I should not burst that, but don't burst right away like that, by the way. What am I doing? I thought that was last round for some reason. I thought that was last round. It's okay. Got himself the round mix. Hurt himself in confusion. Yeah, the Alzheimer's. Dementia's kicking in. What can I say? I'm getting old. Super. No worries. We got a few good things going. I'm very proud that I did JH on the hopping hot dog. When he does food gen and he jumps up and throws a hot dog at you. Got a good JH there. Never done that. Oh boy. Okay, nice. Well done. Put down my coffee. All right, let's go. Lucky me. Got very lucky there. I don't know what that 5D was supposed to be, but I did it and it worked. Hey Reclap, how's it going? Thank you so much for the follow. Much appreciated. Nice. Uh-oh. Alright. Do you have any tips for playing Dizzy? I'm Iron 2 and want to perfect my Dizzy. Yeah. It's hard for me to tell you what to do without seeing your actual gameplay. I had been doing some VOD analyses. Wrong button. Oh. I was actually doing some match vid reviews. Would love to go over your matches, and I'd love to go over what to do specifically to help improve your Dizzy. Hard to give you advice on how to be a better Dizzy without knowing how you play. So I'm gonna give you my Discord. All right, now guy, what will it be? We can play another. I'm good with another. Let me just address this question. So feel free to join the Discord. There's a section for VOD reviews, and I can do it on stream. Yeah. I'd love to go over your gameplay footage. And I was just doing it all this morning too, so we can add your name to the list. Yo, Vincetti, how's it going? No shade at Iron, just try to feel your button ranges better. Space yourself and watch your punch. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I can only give you like very general advice, and that is like, make sure you're having fun. That sort of thing. But, you know, that's the most important thing about learning and playing. Just try not to get upset with yourself. It's all a learning process. There'll be wins, there'll be losses. And at the beginning, there might be more losses than wins, but you'll just keep getting better. And when you reach the next level, you might still experience losses. You'll just keep getting better though. Just try to enjoy the process, enjoy the character you play, and make sure you're having fun. Yeah, she's really fun. I love Dizzy Corner Pressure. Me too. All right, here we go. Alright, nice. Good aggressiveness. Oh. Oof. Couple of Angie rounds there. Excuse me. Here we go. Oh shit. I mean, it kind of worked out. The worst situation. I'm not dead yet. No, I'm dead. Oof. Alright. A little scrambly there. Just like how I like my eggs scrambled. I also like them benedicted. Eggs Benedict. Mr. Django, thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. That wasn't necessary. Alamar, thank you so much for that. Yeah, I hope the videos have been helping you. And if they have, happy to hear that. What am I trying to say? Hold on. I'm glad that they contributed to potentially your improvement. What am I trying to say? I guess what I'm trying to say is thank you for watching my videos, and if they helped you improve, I'm happy to be part of that. Definitely not. I haven't seen a throw whiff. Oh, nice. A1 Biscuit Sauce, how's it going? Who would you say Dizzy's worst matchups are? Johnny's a pretty bad one. Kai's a bad one. Like, surprisingly bad matchups, Kai. Anyone who can whiff punish very well, who gets in and out pretty fast, like Milia, Lucy, Chip, Geo. Those aren't very good matchups, although we have tools against them. I think Geo, yeah. I think Johnny, yeah, Johnny's a pretty bad matchup. But the worst matchup? I don't know. I'd say Johnny. Johnny just goes through the move list and he like beats up Dizzy, you know? He just like closes his eyes and randomly picks a move. It's gonna beat Dizzy. Oh boy. Johnny sees you setting a fireball and makes you hold Mistfinder. Yeah. That worked out. Alright, that was lucky. Oh boy. I could have just killed. Yeah, I could have just killed. I was silly. It's... Oof. In a way, that's a victory for Braun because he didn't burst. Oh boy. Nice. Hold on. I lost count. Oh, it's a third one? I thought it was a... Oh, GG's. I actually thought I was ahead. I thought I can relax a little bit. GG's. Oh, we gotta do the tiebreaker? Alright. This is it. ETA, Karina Star, how's it going? Thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Jump scared forward. Oh my god. It's a little scrambly. Oh no, I should have just let it go. Whew. Damn. Just glance at chat for just a sec. I could have killed, but I guess they had. I guess Braun had meter too. Alright, Ilmar, Django, thank you so much for hanging out. You have a good day. It's okay. Oh shit. Oh. Oh! Lucky me. It's very lucky. Alright, Braun, GG's. Wow! It's always scary playing Braun Zanji. And I cannot... The thing about Braun Zanji is that if I give Braun just enough momentum, he's got me. Even though that looked like a 3-0, that could have been an easy 3-0 on Braun's end. But GG's Braun. Whew. We both leveled up quite a bit in the last year. I think so. I feel so. Still Sparta, how's it going? What's up? Well, I have the excuse of Dizzy buffs. I leveled up maybe a little bit, but Dizzy as a character leveled up a whole lot. Bekatik says, damn, you're still streaming, not tired? I'm a little bit tired, not gonna lie. Let's see how the Blue Jays are doing. Oh yes, let's go 5-1. Hold up. Yo, Alejandro Kirk? Alright. Sick. Alright, keep it up, boys. Let's see here. Did Okamoto get a home run, though? Okamoto. Springer got doubles. Yo, is Okamoto even playing? He is. Damn. Alright. Something tells me the length of the stream will depend on the Blue Jays result. No. If it were any other day, I'd probably stop streaming already, and then I would I'd be watching the game. But today is different. I have a 3-day weekend. I'm feeling pretty good. I have to say though, my speech patterns today, a little bit erratic. I think I'm not 100%. Yarn over, we'll play. Alright, let's do this. Yeah, Bron, a lot of my improvement has a lot to do with Dizzy just getting better. And a new costume. Going to incinerator.jh. The mirror match of Dune, that's right. Don't get ice spiked. Trying to get good with Dizzy and watching you is quite informative. Yeah, if you have any questions, they're ETA, Karina Star, let me know. A lot of the things I do, not gonna lie, they are opening off with fake stuff. I do open up with a lot of fake stuff, so is what I meant to say. I probably shouldn't have done that. Should I get a cold chai latte or a cold white mocha? I like the idea of a mocha. Oh shit. Shit. Are there any scenarios you'd want to use standard fish, or should you always be trying to put it behind or in front of you? Yeah, there are some scenarios where you just want a regular K fish. Like if you actually push your opponent towards the corner too much, I'll actually show you. Give me a sec. Real quick. Unless they want to play again. If you push yourself to the corner too much, or push your opponent to the corner too much with the KH fish, the KH fish will actually appear too far away from the opponent. Like, past the wall. And then it won't trigger. So you don't want to use a KH fish there. Let's see where else. Tatoiba. Could you explain the thing where the fish goes behind the other person? Yeah, for sure. So if you input S or H right after your K fish or P fish summon, it'll position the fish either in front of Dizzy or behind Dizzy. Just so that it's easier to see. We'll have Soul as my quote-unquote training dummy. So regular K fish is a standard one. It goes just in front of her, right? KH fish spawns in front, but like immediately is active and a little bit away from her, in front of her rather. So KH fish, KS fish is right behind her. Regular fish in front of her. KH fish way in front of her. KS fish behind her. So what you want to do is you want to do go back K or P, and then immediately push and hold slash or heavy slash. I'm looking at the Blue Jay score, by the way. We're still winning. Let's go. For the most part, you want to place the fish and like do the KH fish. If you get a knockdown, like a 2k 2d knockdown or 5k 2d knockdown, whatever 2d knockdown. In general, it's going to be KH fish if you want the most stability of a okizeme biting fish. What do I mean by that? So basically having the fish bite as they get up, right? If you're too far away and you do a regular K fish, you have an attack interval of 8, meaning it hits 7 frames after they get up, or 8 frames after they get up. They can escape by backdashing or jump backing, or even attacking it. But if you're this far away and you do KH fish, the attack interval becomes 1, becomes a more stable okizeme bite. More stable bite on your opponent's wake up, giving you a more consistent offense, giving you more consistent momentum. As opposed to just a regular K fish, attack interval 10. Not to say you should always go for attack interval 1. Sometimes you want attack interval, I don't know, 12 or 17 or whatever. So that's one use of like the KH fish. Now you don't always want to do KH fish. If you do KH fish like way against the corner, for example, like here, the fish isn't coming back to bite him, right? You want to do a regular K fish here. Now it's gonna bite. It gives you a nice okizeme bite on the soft knockdown. Other ways, just in specific setups. For example, there's a Daiji thing that I really like, in which you do 2k 2d. You're about this distance. It's gonna be a K fish, regular K fish, and then PS fish. And this sets up a particular situation where you're 2k into Fire Spear. That combo gets extended from the P fish. So normally a 2k Fire Spear looks like that. Normally if you have a P fish, it does like an extra hit of damage. But if you space it out perfectly, oh, maybe not perfectly. If you space it out just right, with this K fish pushing him back, and this PS fish floating behind you like that, you can actually get a really cool non-metered pickup from a 2k Fire Spear, for example, just like that. I messed it up, but you get the idea. There you go. So that's another use of it, right? So there's just some nuanced uses of it. I can't think of anything else. I mean, I use it. I think I just no, I don't use it here. In some knockdowns where I don't want them to like get pushed away from me, I'll use a regular K-fish. Tatoeba, for example. Notice how if I use a cage fish here, if I'm going for a crossover, it continues to push the opponent away from me, right? When I cross them over. Oh, that wasn't it. Like from here. Sometimes I want them to get pushed towards me, right? It keeps my combos a little bit more consistent, so I'm doing a regular K-fish now. Right. Regular K-fish, it pushes towards me on the crossover. A KH fish pushes them away from me. The combo seems to be consistent either way, but I like to... I feel like it works better and more consistent when when the fish pulls them towards me. And on the crossover, you achieve that with the regular K-fish, for example. That's very cool. I didn't know the fish had a controllable speed. Oh, it's not the speed, it's more of the displacement. The initial displacement gets changed depending on what button you push. It's a new thing, actually. It never used to be a thing for Dizzy. Yeah. Alright. Yo, Trey Fan Nation, how's it going? What's up? Trephination. Alright. I think I'll do maybe another set here. I was just watching Dizzy 2.0 guide. Really well done. Well, thank you so much. It's just a starter guide. At some point, I'll make a comprehensive guide. And there are even things in that starter guide that I'm like, maybe I shouldn't have put that in there. Like air dash back JH into dash up close slash. I hardly even do that myself. Yo, Toe Jib 89. How's it going? What's up? Hope you're doing well. So ETA says, I played Dizzy months and months ago before the changes, so that's all very good to know. Hell yeah. Should I do this? Maybe I should do the scary thing and play some ranked. I just went below 1700 with this account. Let's try this out. Maybe we can climb right back up to 1700. If we can find matches. But chilling before work. This is Xenotes? Oh, okay. Xenotos. Excuse me. Is that your work account? Alright, let's do this. Oh no. Oh, the matchup that I dislike. Okay, round start. What do we do? 5k Kale Sword. I meant to be a dash jump. Yeah, that's okay. be dead here. Oh yeah. Yikes. Long frame super. Okay. So meter. I wasn't expecting that to hit, but it did. And I should have continued my combo. But it worked out. I need some water. Oh yeah. Wire's in the way. Alright, weird. It worked out. had to throw the kitchen sink at that. Jesus Christ. GG's. That was scary. Woo! Alright. I don't think I can handle another ranked match right now. Oh my goodness. I can't do it. I can't do that again. We'll chill with the lobby match and then we'll do whatchamacallit. We'll do one last VOD review. I could use a cig just watching that. Dude, I don't even smoke. I could use a cig right now. I can use like 5 cigarettes. Oh. I smoked once in my life. As soon as I came of age, when I was illegally allowed to smoke, I think 21, I went to go get cigarettes for the first time. And I smoked like half a box. And I never did that ever again. I felt like I lost something that I couldn't gain back again after I did that. That night, that morning after I smoked a bunch of cigarettes, I just like laid in my bed feeling gross. I'm like, why did I do that? I probably shaved off a total of like 1 hour of my entire life. But it's okay. The innocence gone exactly. Speaking of smoking, and we were talking about anime earlier today, have you guys watched the show Smoking Behind the Supermarket with You? It's like a rom-com, like a romance comedy. That's what a rom-com is. Slice of life rom-com with like a salaryman who meets up with like a store clerk, quote unquote, behind a supermarket, and they smoke together. They get turned up, and then they just share each other's experiences. It's like quite a wholesome show. In fact, probably one of my favorite shows this year. Poppy Knight says that show is really good so far. Like, I watched the 12-episode miniseries or whatever, the short episodes. I liked it so much that I actually bought the manga. So I read a little bit of ahead. Excuse me, I read a little ahead. It's a really good one. Nicotine makes me like feel way too relaxed. Oh boy. Oh Jesus. After playing against that Johnny, I'm just playing like shit now. Oh, it's okay, we can relax. Been a BRCN? Nice block. You know, a show hits when it makes you buy the books so you can find out more. Yeah, exactly. It's so good. I love it so much. I'm so glad someone else in chat knows about the anime too. It's so good. Apparently it stimulates adrenaline, but it just makes me feel sick. Shit. weird. Where it says like, I'm not relaxed, but my body is. I feel like some days after work, I I could use a cigarette, even though I've established that I don't smoke. You know, after a day of work and yet you just dealt with shit, you just feel like, man, this probably feels like I'd probably need a cigarette right now if I smoked. People who smoke make it look like it's such a stress reliever. But as a healthcare professional, I do have to recommend not smoking, by the way. Let me be clear. Don't smoke. It's not good for you. In fact, if you do smoke and you want to quit and you live in British Columbia, Canada, we can help you. There's a free program, if you don't already know, to help you with smoking cessation. Just go to your pharmacy, go to any pharmacy, and they'll set you up. You get 3 months free of smoking cessation products, either a patch, gum, or lozenge. And yeah, just have to sign you up. You're allowed 3 months for free, and it resets at the beginning of the year. So like if you start right now, and the 3 months wasn't good enough for you to quit, in January you're allowed to get another set. But you have to fill it 1 month at a time, right? For some reason, I don't know. The government doesn't want to give out 3 months at a time. Yo, Eric Club, how's it going? That's why I got beer for it, fair enough. Cigarettes are a cultural thing to an extent, but I think some people use it as an excuse to sit outside for a second because you get breaks for it and stuff. It's make me want to redacted everything. What does that mean? Eric Clap says, I think it's more that they feel like they can't relax without smoking. What's, says Eric Clap. Yo, yeah, Oriental Habit is 2026. It's about time they invented a cigarette that's good for you. Yeah, right? Or at least a cigarette that's not totally bad for you, you know? You know, just make me feel like I'm Solid Snake without making me feel like I'm gonna die of old age like Solid Snake, you know? Isn't that marijuana? Well, I mean, I guess... Alright, GG's there, my friend. I mean, like tobacco, by the data, is less healthy. You know, it's more toxic than smoking pot, but smoking pot also, you know, just putting anything into your lungs, like that, you know, that are fumes, is gonna have negative repercussions one way or another. So it's not like the healthier way. Like if you want the medicinal benefits of marijuana, there are other ways of, you know, getting it into your system. much safer ways that don't cause cancer or don't increase your risk of cancer. Usually can't take a marijuana break at work. Fair enough. Yeah, that's true. Some people probably do, and they get away with it. But if you're in my line of work, not a chance. I don't think marijuana is canceling out my cigarette attach. There you go. Yeah, gummies, tea, and stuff. Yeah, edibles. Some people use bongs. My partner is a jam player, and my goal right now is to get consistent enough to beat him. So that match was inspirational. Let's go. I would say if she does the whole thing where she dips on the ground, you know, does a low profile attack, kind of lean towards using more 2Ds or 2Ss. But yeah. So let's do one last VOD review. We have one more person to go over for today, and that's Spider Tank. And we'll go from there. After this, we're going to end the stream. But before we do that, let's go Blue Jays. Let's get a little recap here for the Blue Jays. Let's see. Oh my god. Okay. Oof. I was going to say, who pitched in the last inning? I thought it said Jeff Hoffman pitched in the last inning. No, it was Tyler Rogers. Jeff Hoffman is a cursed closer for us. Unfortunately, whenever he pitches at the last inning, we lose. So good move on them to pull him out. Toronto Blue Jays are not quite 500 yet. We need to sweep 3 series. Let's see. Did Okamoto get a home run? He did not. Okamoto didn't even get a hit. Nope. But yeah, whatever. Big dub for the boys. All right. So let's take a look at next player. So we got Spider Tank. And Spider Tank's name is what? Give me one sec here. Sayori, Christy. And is this you? What's Spider Tank's name on? Excuse me, on the servers. Sorry, I don't know why I'm having trouble with this. Okay, we got some VODs. Got some YouTube videos. So I guess we'll just take a look at the YouTube videos that Spider Tank left on my Discord. Go from there. So Spider Tank says, I'm leaving these here for when you get to me. I discovered way too late that park replays are not public, so I hope you can forgive 2 mods. As long as they're not big booty mods or naked mods, we're good. If you need to, feel free to skip to either match 3 or 4. They're similar, but I feel show different adaptations. This is a part of a bigger first at 10, but the rest of the matches are more unremarkable / scrambly. Okay, so I think we will do that then. We'll do this match. We'll do match 3 and 4 and go from there. All right. Jeez, not the right window. Man, we were watching a lot of Lucy matches. Okay, here we go. Alright, so you get more Lucy, Napal swaps. Okay, gotcha. Yo, none Dizzy. None other. Played by none other than Spider Tank. My words. I'm turning into Sacrichiono. Hopefully no one gets that reference. Alright, anyway. Is that like a Samus Aran mod? Seamus Aran? So Spider Tank is Cayman Islands. Can you give me an idea of what kind of ranking you are, Spider Tank? Oh, I better write stuff down. On my notebook, Spider Tank. Diamond 1. Diamond is unbreakable. I'm actually going to turn this down. Where the heck's my mouse? Because there's too many sounds going on at once. Nice burst bait. What's your setup here? Okay, that's a good way to bait something out. You know, we've actually been noticing that a lot. Ice Spike, 2K2D, yo. Alright, we click on this. So 1 hour silence occasionally broken by Harakite Iko. Sorry, I got distracted. Alright, what's the next match? When is it gonna happen? Alright, your next match. Actually, let's rewatch that first match. You guys are seeing all my recommendations here. This is not me. This is my wife, okay? It's partially me. My wife and I watch a lot of Uma Musume slop here. Look at this phone. Come on. Alright. Busted. Aeon Spirit says, every time I see mods, I get mad because my extra hair dizzy mod isn't working. Oh no. I'm not allowed to use mods, by the way, guys. I'm an ArcSys creator. Arc creators are not allowed to use mods. So, round start, paying attention to this. Backing off, okay. Okay, one more time. We're gonna watch this one more time. Alright. Alright, Spider Tank, what do you got? That's gotta be unsafe for Lucy, right? Alright. So first of all, ice field combos. I would say ice field into freeze into ice field combos. We actually saw this with we actually saw this with, who was it, Christy? Using RC during ice freeze into ice field. I would say let's not do that. There's too much damage proration, there's too much hit stun deterioration and gravity scaling that it becomes not worth it if you use meter, right? So just let the ice field pop do its work. It'll do work for you. You don't need the RC. Although, you know what, again, it could be just a kind of a panic situation. I shouldn't judge you by that, but in case that comes up more often, let's address it right now. And yeah, I won't be a broken record about it. If I see it again, I'm like, yeah, there it is. But you know, I said my part. All right. That was good though. Very good presence of mind. I actually quite like this setup that we've been doing. I think like 4 to 5 Dizzy players, or maybe more than that. Yo. What a gotcha. You guys are seeing like things I've seen. I don't know what this is though. Nick Alva, a measured Sumi A #1 as a scroll. But I've been listening to this song a lot. Matsuken Samba. If you guys don't know this song, you're missing out. I'm not gonna play it because I get in trouble. This is like my favorite song in the last week. You guys, here it is. Matsuken Samba. Alright, this is kind of exciting. Whenever I watch a match, you're going to see the thumbnail gotcha for me. Oopsies. Alright, the next match. Star Spark, how's it going? What's up? Yeah, it's a Samus colored Lucy. Seamus. So Spider Tank says, it's alright, I need to update my routes. They're just comfortable, easy ones, but I know they're not the best. Yeah, no worries. We can do, I guess my point is we can do a little bit less when it comes to having ice field out. You know, we don't have to do a whole lot. Did I just see what we just talked about? So with or rather, I think with Christy, or was it with Chris? We established that jumping forward is a pretty safe option, and you did just that. Awesome. Okay. Round start, that is. Okay, got her. 5K 2D. I do think we need to work on our post ice spike freeze setups, or what we do after that. Spike freeze run up 5K 2. So let's talk about that later. I don't think it's a bad thing per se, but I think we can tighten it up a little bit so what we get after is more consistent. Ooh, big trade. If we were a little bit quicker on it, I'm pretty sure we could have done a ice spike pickup. That worked. Oh yeah, I don't know what this is. I'll be honest with you. I kind of want to click it now. Future bounce mermaid. All right. Okay, so you had other matches here too. I'll go take a look at the other ones. Match number 1. They're baiting in the guy. I kind of want to click on it. Yo, Age Masen? I mean, I have no idea what that is, guys. What is that? Is that the horse lady anime? No idea. I'm a dude who likes sports, okay? I like the Blue Jays. No idea what this Musume is. Alright, let's actually focus a bit on what we do in neutral. Just chase her, okay. Throw, what's her setup? Fish into jump. I love it. Oh yeah. And then a little bit of house cleaning right there. A nice super would have killed, but we get the V anyway, the victory. Round start. What do? Jump forward. Okay. Oh, looks like the same as last round. Very reminiscent of last round anyway. Ice field out. Nice. I would never have thought of doing that, but that worked out. Yeah, I would expect her to shoot a gun or something here. Whoa, risky. All right, all right. So, I don't know. Do I need to point out that we should, even though you won that on chip damage, we should still end the combo off, or rather the block string off with Fire Spear. Fire Spear enders. Even though you won, let's set you up for success next in the next games. So Spider Tank says that was honestly a misread of my own meter. I thought I didn't get enough for Ursi. Oh, okay, you mean on the previous round on the wall break? So Fire Spear enders on Ice Field. And again, that could have been a misinput or something. Or you could have just known he's gonna die from it. So much Uma Musume. I didn't know I consumed this much Uma Musume content. I mean on this ice, Mikhail Sword Ice. Oh, okay, gotcha. So you've been like Mikhail Sword, RC, continue pressure. Perfect, roger that. Okay, what do we do round? What do we do? Neutral. Okay, not much to comment on this. It's just Lucy doing stuff. Oh, nice. I did like the fact that you kind of held back on your air-to-air pickup. I think you're trying to bait out a burst there. Got her. All right. Okay, maybe some people might disagree with me on this. But against Lucy, if you score a 2K2D, would it be better, or wouldn't it be better to keep her closer to you, right? For some sort of close-up Okizame or mix-up. I've been seeing... What is she doing? What's this animation here? Her butt's sticking out. I just noticed that you were doing 2K2D Mikhail Sword on hit at least a few times. And that could be muscle memory. And my muscle memory would be instead to do, 2K2D fish. Now, I don't think one is better than the other in general. But in this particular matchup where Lucy excels at kind of whiff punishing, weaving in and out, that sort of thing, it might be better, in my opinion, to keep her closer to you. So 2K2D fish, as long as you're confident in your fish setups, maybe you have more success with like just sending them full screen and then having them land into an ice spike or something like that. But I'm not very... This is a me thing, right? I'm not very confident in out-neutraling Lucy, right? Even if I have just a partial advantage on screen, like one or two fish, or as she's getting up from that soft knockdown, I have like ice spike and then ice field. I still feel like Lucy has a little bit of an advantage. So Spire Tank says, I should play Dizzy more close range to get comfortable in those situations. I can end up relying on long range too much. I think in this matchup anyway, keeping her close to you, 2K2D fish, 2K2D KH fish, pull her in, and do a mix-up. With that said, you have to be comfortable with navigating that DP of hers, her reversal. if you don't have setups to bait that out, then, you know, it may not be worth keeping her close to you. I think once you're comfortable with managing your opponent that has a DP, you know, close to you. Sorry, how do I say this? Once you're comfortable with managing how your opponent is, how your DPing opponent is up close on Okizeme, I think that's when you can play more of a 2K2D fish kind of game versus a 2K2D Mikhail sword. And that's me personally. Like, I do not like pushing these pixie characters away from me. I want them close. Alright, baiting out the burst. That kick, I love that kick. Alright, here we go. I mean, in the end, it works out for you, right? Perhaps you sense that your opponent is more uncomfortable at full screen against Dizzy. Maybe you detected that they're more uncomfortable there than up close. I don't know. Oh, nice avoiding that. Big combo. Burst. Nice. Okay, let's go. Watch out for the gun, I think. If I were Lucy, I'd be shooting right now. I shoot. Where's the gun? Uh-oh. I think you're okay, though. Oh, not. Got shot in the face. There it is. She's so fast. Her little zippy-doo kick there, sliding kick, goes faster than her gun. Yeah, it's zookeeping. You gotta play Big Brain Zoner. They play Gorilla. That's right. I'll keep this screen up because it's funny. It's funny that we have Matsuken Samba here. Matsuken Samba. Yeah. Zookeeping. I like that, Rayette. You gotta keep the gorilla close to you and tamed, you know? In whipping range. Yeah, Erica says that's a cute Dizzy mod though. Yeah. The Dizzy Nun. I quite like it too. This one was down to the wire. No pun intended. Yo, Desher Ant, how's it going? I just made Vanquisher today. Thanks for all the guides that really helped with solidifying my offense, especially with all the changes over time. Yeah, for sure. I'm glad I can be of service. I really appreciate you just saying that too. I'm really happy that my little corner of content is able to just contribute to a lot of people's improvement and success, you know? But yeah, I think from the 4 matches, what sticks out to me, I only wrote a few things here. So, Ice Spike Freeze 5K 2D. I think we need to address that. So let's look at that actually. That's my notes. All right. Yo, Walter, how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate it, my friend. Hope you're doing well, Walter. Let me give you a big shout out here. Y'all follow Walter, okay? The goated Milia player? Let's go. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, my friend. Murgix, how's it going? Jank_PK. Appreciate it. Did I get that right? Milia player, right? That's how I know. Walter, the goated Milia player. Shit. I can't. I feel really bad for not knowing this off the top of my head. There we go. Yes, that's where I known it. Please follow Walter. Am I following Walter? I'm pretty sure I am. Let's click that name. Yeah, there you go. I'll be careful not to hit the unfollow. Because it appears right there. If I click on it. No, I'm already following. Walter, really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for the follow. Today we're doing some VOD reviews. In fact, I'm getting kind of exhausted because I've been doing VOD reviews for our... I was going to say patience. This is me running at, how long is it? 6 hours, 6.5 hours. No, I'm not at work. I'm at fun right now. We're doing VOD reviews and analysis for our viewers, our friends, and a lot of Disney players out there want to know how they can improve to get better. So I'm just going through their VODs. We've been through maybe 6 or 7 people here, and I'm hoping I'm helping. But yeah, now we're going over our buddy here, Spider Tank, and just going over some notes here. So I watched some videos. I'm taking down some notes, and we're just gonna go over some of the things that I think might help our friends. But yeah, welcome in everyone. For those who don't know, my name's Nagai, Guilty Gear Old Man, Guilty Gear Oji-san. I don't just like Guilty Gear, I like baseball. Blue Jays is my favorite team because I'm Canadian. The go-to melee player is part of the name, exactly. Alright, so something that we noticed that Spider Tank was doing a whole lot, and I'm not going to say this is wrong, we're going to try to make it work actually. So dash up 5k 2D into fish. That's what we're seeing a lot of, right? So let's do that. Dash up 5k 2D fish. And it's an attack interval 11 setup, which isn't like whatever you do in terms of fish at this point, any kind of knockdown, it's not going to be a perfect attack interval 1, right? So even the setup I do around 2k 2D KH fish, it's going to be a little bit less than that. Attack interval 9, right? So what does that mean? It means the fish attacks 9 frames after they wake up, or I think it's 8 frames actually. But anyway, so Spider Tank is doing this. Maybe a KH fish here, right? Attack interval 7 actually. Wait, is that better? Hold up. Attack level 6? What the heck? Hold up. Alright, and I'm getting consistent attack interval 9. So doing it that way, the Spider Tank method seems to have less attack level, or sorry, attack interval. Which is good for making them stay put, right? They can up back this a little bit. So this is going to be attack level 6. I might be able to up back here and block in the air, but that's okay. The point is you want to jail them in. So for the purpose of jailing them in with a lower attack interval, this is good, but I fear that you're not going to get as consistent of a setup, right? So my setup, for example, if I do it this way, I'm always going to get this safe jab that beats out 11 frame reversals, right? So run up flush, 2k2d, KH fish, PP, right? And then if it hits, then I can combo, right? Let's say they're just like thinking you're gonna grab them, so they're gonna try to mash grab and combo there. And if I do a super with Dizzy, which is an 11 frame super, by the way, I have time to block that, right? This will work against Kai as well. So you have a more variable kind of setup here, which can work with you or can work against you. For me, I like consistency. So if you also like consistency, I would recommend just dashing up and doing like a a 2K 2D up close if you can. And then you can work a tick grab in here too, right? So, doing an empty 2P into another 2P is going to be a safe jab. Because, and I know that's always going to work because of how consistent it is. Not to say yours is bad or wrong or anything like that, right? Yours is, like, the way you're doing is completely acceptable. It's just that it really depends on what you're going for. Like, you can still do a tick grab here too. It's a little bit tighter. But yeah, I mean, there's like a a lot of things that you can try and do here. What else can you do? I guess you can go for a hit, right? But I find that if the attack interval is too low, it's going to be harder to stagger your hits. And on top of that, if your attack interval is too much, if there's too much of a variable, right, it's going to be hard to kind of stagger them consistently. Right? So I'm going to hold up back here. I'm going to block the first hit and then I'm going to backdash. Right. Oh, you hit him. So block the first 2 hits. Alright, now you have a little bit of a gap there. While this one, if you dash up flush close, 2K 2D, I know that this is, well, I don't know if this is gapless, but I know it's consistent anyway. Yeah, there you go, look at that. So I held up back after the fish bite. And I'm blocking the close slash, meaning there's not as much of a gap there, or there's no gap there. And you can kind of pull it off pretty consistently. Again, it really depends on what you're going for and how you want to play, right? But for me, I get a little bit of anxiety when I'm like not consistent with certain things. You know, if I get a little anxiety from other Dizzy players too, if I see that what they're doing isn't, you know, it has too many variables. There's so much room for error, and when you play a character like Dizzy, I think you want to minimize like as much like room for error as possible, because a little slip up can shift the momentum to your opponent. And it's hard for a character like Dizzy to like make a massive comeback. Like the stars gotta align, your wings of light has to pop in a certain way, you know. It's harder to get a comeback with Dizzy than it is for Ramathel, for example, or any of the high damage characters. So you wanna be, for me anyway, my philosophy with Dizzy is that just things gotta be consistent. You gotta know how things are gonna fail if they do fail. So that you can make adjustments, if that makes sense. Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry for beating a dead horse. I'm not saying that what you're doing is bad, by the way. I'm just saying, for me, I think consistency helps. Yeah. So that's like it's in case there's other things that you're kind of like unsure of. Like maybe you kind of eyeball other things. Yeah, I guess that kind of philosophy, if you want to go with it, should apply to other things too. Like what you do after grab, what you do after 2K2D knockdown, like a raw 2K2D knockdown, rather than an ice spike 2K2D knockdown. These are different. Having consistent things that you like to do, like your opening hand is very important, I feel. But yeah. What else did I write down here for you? So ice spike freeze, 2K2D. Fire Spear enters on ice field. I probably made it a little bit too clear in the stream, but just make sure we end off our hit pressure or even block pressure. Excuse me, sorry, we want to end off our hit pressure and our block pressure more often than not with ice, with Fire Spear, right? Yeah, but you already established that you just miscalculated your meter, which is why the Mikhail sword came out. But even still, I think it's okay. You know what? There is a use of Mikhail sword RC in ice field, and it's if you're too far away for the first hit of Fire Spear to make contact, right? If you're too far away, then it's actually a liability. Right? If they get pushed too far back, right? Now that gap there, yeah, I mean, not the worst thing right there, but you get the idea. Right? The gap there is now, or rather the Fire Spear is now a liability. You can press on with more momentum too if you cancel. I usually go for chestnut, then condition for round up grab, or reset with another close slash. Yeah. Good thinking. Yeah. Continue to think that way. But I think those are the main things that I notice anyway. Freeze, ice field combos, and ice spike freeze. Okay. I don't have enough matches for you or from you to kind of really talk about what we're going to be doing in neutral, what we're doing in round start. In fact, I really enjoyed how you approached round start there. So for example, where's Lucy? And the reason is because a lot of Lucy round start, I mean, Lucy's got some pretty good buttons on round start. Far slash, right? We already established this earlier, but I'll mention it again. I just want to say how much I like how you approach round start. And if anyone's wondering why, I'll show you. So position reset. Because, hey, if I was Lucy, I'd spam the fuck out of far slash and crouching slash until my opponent knows how to deal with it, right? Round start slash, you can't do anything, right? As Dizzy, you can probably 6p, right? I'm gonna do 2s, nothing. You can't even walk back. You can't whiff punish this. You can probably 5k or 6p. Yeah, there we go. Maybe a dashing 5k. It like trades, but like that's not the best. So what you did was jump in and that's it, right? So if you jump in and then 5h, yeah, you can punish this. You can even do a little lower than that, right? So maybe you had a long set with this Lucy. She wasn't taking the bait. But the jump in, I think it's a very smart thing to do. Jump and block, right? You can't really punish 2s, but at the very least you can take your turn, right? She can't 6p this after doing a 2s, right? Okay, so I think that's a good thing. So I have a small sample size. I can't comment too much on other round starts, but I think what your way of thinking is good. It was a long set. I'm not sure what discouraged her from far slash round start. I think she just got impatient. Okay, and it's, you know, if you play a long set, you're going to be doing different things, right? Yeah. Sorry, I can't talk too much about like neutral and more of your setups. I need to watch like 10 of someone's matches or so to like kind of comment on setups and neutral. But I think from what I saw, it looked good. It looked pretty decent, you know. So Spire Tank, if anything, stream drop for just a moment there. All right, I think we're back. Okay, stream should be back. All right, so I'll be quick here and I'll end the stream. Don't know what happened there. My stream just dropped and reconnected. But anyway, bye. How's it going? What's up? Okay, let's comment on this real quick here. So I spike into 5k 2D. I'm not gonna say stop doing it because if it's been really effective for you to do, keep doing it. Make it your own thing. But if you want to be more consistent with the setup, I think a run up 2k 2D or run up flush 5k 2D, you might have a different type of setup. But what's been effective for me is run up. So I spike, run up 2k 2D. If you want to try it out, there's so many different kind of premeditated setups, such as run up 2k 2D, core circle back KH into grab, or well, actually no, it's like 2p empty 2p grab, or empty 2p 2k slash 2p 2k if you want the low, 2p if you want the safe jab. And then the returning fish bite will continue your pressure. You can do close slash after that. Just something to work with, some new toy to play around with. It'll make it more consistent and yeah, maybe I would mix that in with what you're already doing, with your ice spike. And I would say don't be afraid to also just cash out on damage. I didn't notice any kind of like scenarios where it may have gotten you the win, for example, but might not be a bad idea to also mix in just regular hits. So bam, bam, bam. If you want to dish out just a little bit more damage, or if you're close enough to the wall, you can super get that wall break damage and get that positive bonus, for example. It might not be a bad idea to try and mix that in too. All right. Might not be a bad idea to simply cash out on damage. Okay. Side note, if we do that, P-fish, right? P-fish, and then normal horizontal buttons, right? Keep them from jumping out. Like if you don't have a good enough setup to set up, if you don't have a good enough situation to set up a solid K-fish bite, just simply doing a P-fish. If you can safely put out a P-fish, that in terms of neutral is a lot stronger than putting out K-fish, right? It will prevent them from jumping around. It actually prevents them from backdashing. And it makes your horizontal neutral buttons that are otherwise unsafe. Well, they're still unsafe, but they're less unsafe, right? A lot of the answers to like 2D, 5H, far slash, right? A lot of these horizontal buttons here are mitigated by opponents instant air dashing or being in the air. So with this P-fish here, you're a lot more protected. And also it can enhance some combos. So once again, be like this. Bam, bam. Alright, not good enough for me to do anything too fancy with fish, so we'll just put a P-fish out there and just try to control neutral. Maybe less effective against Lucy, but in some matchups, it's like super good. Hazel, what's up? I'm surprised you're still alive. Yeah. My stream actually just crashed and I came back online. But we're going to be finishing up pretty soon here. Long time watchers are probably noticing how forced my talking is. I'm really trying to push out some words out of my mouth. It's been a long time. This has been a long stream, and it's been a long time since I streamed this long. Hit the 7-hour mark. Yeah, I'm getting a little exhausted, to be honest. You went to see Brand New Day and I'm still alive? I'm gonna die pretty soon, but yeah, how's Brand New Day? I hear it's good. Minnie, what's up? Alright, okay, what else? What else, Spider Tank? Alright. And of course, Fire Spirit enters an ice field. We already talked about it, so I won't get into it too much. It's going to be good on block and hit, in case you guys didn't realize. On hit. You can pick up again with another ice spike. Once again, just like that. Avoid trying to pick up the combo with a hit from the ice field pop, right? Don't go on with a button, because the next button's going to whiff. You're going to automatically do a soft roll. So what you want to do to extend the combo is ice spike to pick them up again, reset them standing. But yeah. So, copy this. Put in the notes down here. And you said you're Diamond 1? There you go. If y'all want to check out these notes, they'll be in the bottom of the link. There you go. Beauty. All right. I think we're good. I'm tired. I gotta die. The Blue Jays did good too. Yo, Adam Baum, how's it going? Sorry if you answered this already, but did you try out the token beta at all? I did try it out. I played about an hour and a half. I did some training room stuff. I didn't quite understand how the game's supposed to be. So I played a match or two, kind of understood it a little bit, but you know, I don't have fun playing a fighting game unless I know a little bit about it. So because I didn't know anything about the game, I wasn't having too much fun. So the next day I watched TNS a little bit and I noticed that players were just using one character with 3 assists. And that made a little bit more sense to me. Like watching Klim play Black Panther, do a block string into an overhead, and then followed up with an assist. I'm like, okay, that makes sense to me. Now I have like a starting point. So I think the next time I play, I'm going to have a little bit more fun. And I'll do the same. I'll do that approach. Play one character with 3 assists, I think, that are cool characters, and expand off that. So the characters I played at the beta were Iron Man, Wolverine, Blade, and Magic. I thought those 4 characters were really cool. Not so much Iron Man. I think Iron Man is kind of like whatever, but he's like a Gundam. And I know one of my friends here in town who gift subbed me like 10 subs or whatever. One time, I appreciate it, by the way, if you're listening to this, Austin. I know his favorite character is Iron Man. So I said, you know, if this game comes out, I'm playing Iron Man for you. So I'm locking into Iron Man. And of course, Wolverine because he's Canadian. Blade because he's cool. And Magic because she's, you know, she's pretty. She's a pretty looking lady. Are the Blue Jays still winning that guy? They won today. So overall, they're not winning. They're not at 500 yet. They're not at 50-50. But if they continue to win like they did today, yeah, it's gonna look good. I think so. They might just make the playoffs. So yeah, the Token looks okay. Another thing about Token is that there's no particular character that I'm totally in love with, right? If like Dizzy was in the game, or 2B, or A2, I'm like, alright, I'm playing that game for sure, and I'm gonna love it. I'm gonna force myself to like this game. But there's no character like that. It's just Marvel, isn't it? You know? I kind of like Spider-Man, I guess. So Hazel says, I had like a 90% win rate, and it took me a few days to get from Plat 2 to Diamond 1. It takes so long to rank up and strive. Yeah. I had the fortunate circumstance of being placed right into Diamond 3 with my Dizzy, so I didn't have to play the whole climbing up game from Iron to Vanquisher. I basically was just put into Vanquisher right away. Honestly, though, I'd rather have the slow climb up than just be put in Diamond 3. So Atom Bomb says, yeah, I had a ton playing with Wolverine. Real excited for the game to get figured out. Also, they announced that Cyclops is the first DLC character, which is incredible. That's right, Phoenix Cyclops. He looks cool. All right. I think I'm done for today. Let's go ahead and raid somebody. Oh. I figured today would be a short stream, to be honest. I didn't want today to be that big of a stream because if I do a very long stream, I get too exhausted to stream the next day. But that might just be the plan. Tomorrow I might just take a break and enjoy the morning. Usually Saturday mornings involve me watching cartoons with my wife. We have Saturday morning cartoons. I usually go to McDonald's, get her a Happy Meal. By the way, Canadians out there, Happy Meals are like $5 Canadian. And if you get the pancake Happy Meal, you get 3 pancakes, you get a hash brown, you can get whatever drink you want that's a kid's drink, like milk, you know, or orange juice, apple juice. All for $5 and a toy. You like that Spider-Man Brand New Day movie? You know, you can get a Spider-Man Brand New Day toy. $5. Oh, what did my wife say? And the what? Oh, and you get yogurt. Wow, a full complete breakfast for $5, man. That's healthier than what I have for lunch some days. To put things in perspective, if you get a Big Mac meal from McDonald's, it's like $16 Canadian, right? So one day I went to McDonald's. I didn't know about this, by the way, and all I wanted was like a hash brown and a coffee, right? Just a medium double and a hash brown. It cost me like $4.50. I'm not even joking. My wife asks for a Happy Meal, $5. She gets this complete package. I'm telling you, the secret Discord tech, get Happy Meals. It's got the word happy built into it. And also, here's another secret tech. Whenever the Blue Jays play, 25% off your footlong sub. Only one sub though, right? So if you're going to buy a sub for you and your wife, you're not going to get that much of a deal. But if you get a sub for just yourself, you can turn that $14 footlong sub into just $10. Just like the good old days. Excuse me. I should probably eat one of those options right now. Maybe not the Happy Meal. I'm very tired, as you guys can tell. Maybe you can tell that. So Minnie says, good stream day, guy. I'll see you about that Baseball Daisy 2.0. Have a nice night. Oh, thank you so much. Is it possible for her to wear a Blue Jays? A Blue Jays jersey? Hold up. Do I have my Okamoto here? I don't. Where's my Okamoto? Oh, I don't have it around me. Oh, here we go. I mean, you don't have to. The Blue Jays Okamoto. I got this last time I was in Toronto. I'll just wear it. This should be my lab jacket at work. Here we go. Yeah, proud to be a Blue Jays fan today. Not so proud to be an Okamoto fan, let me tell you. He's doing so good, but not today. But where would the Blue Jays be without him? I read somewhere that it's obviously a joke. If it weren't for Okamoto, the Blue Jays would be 2 games won and like the rest losses. The baseball dizzy is iconic. I love it. Yeah, it's my favorite. It's my favorite. And if you guys don't know, it's Minnie who drew it. So please follow Minnie. Let me go ahead and shout Minnie out. Minnie is responsible for the Blue Jays. The Dizzy baseball. There we go. I could try my best to implement it. Blue Jays Dizzy. Only because Blue Jays are, the same color as Dizzy, I suppose. She's got a little bird. It's not quite a Blue Jay in her intro, but whatever. It's a Blue Jay to me. Or whatever works. Okay, so let's go ahead and raid somebody. Pause that. I realize that my speech has been like so sporadic and like kind of segmented. I'll say like 3 or 4 words, I'll stop and I'll say the next. That's because I'm tired and I really hope it's not too disruptive. It's bugging me, but I hope it's not bugging you guys too much. Oh, my wife's walking behind me. She's not materializing in the green screen though. Okay, so who do we want to raid? Is this a Dizzy player? Oh, thank you, Raynette. Oh, Rayette. Sorry, Raynette. I'm tired. Can you tell? All right. Let's go ahead and raid not my Skype. Raynette, let's go. Gold chip is more prioritized than your wife. According to my computer anyway. So this green screen filter detects the presence of beings, right? So it detects my being, it detects the being behind me, which is gold chip. And apparently it doesn't think my wife exists. Or maybe my wife doesn't even exist at all. And she's just a figment of my imagination. And you guys are just like stringing me along here. Like, you don't have a wife. Oh yeah, no, that guy, you got a wife? Yeah. You have a wife, Nagai? She's real. I'll check up behind me here. My room is a mess. There's gold ship. Right there. There's a steering wheel over there too. I'm practicing to become just like Initial T. Alright, who are we gonna raid? I think I'm gonna raid Cade. Looks like Cade's birthday is today. That is more than enough reason to raid her. It's either a birthday, it's a birthday type stream. But whatever. Cade's a good person. Vi says, I'd hope she's real considering I edit vlogs with her and the you know that service or that show Rent a Girlfriend, right? I was in Japan. Listen, I was having a hard, very difficult time last year. So I rented a stand-in for my... I'm just joking. That'd be funny. I'm just stringing everyone along. I'm stringing myself along if that's the case. Just joking. That didn't happen. I have a wife. Never trust anyone who says something like that. I'm a nice guy, okay? Don't trust people who say that either. Anyway, you guys have a good day. I'm going to raid Cade right now. I'm just starting to say random stuff right now. I'm not making any sense at all. And I think if this stream goes on any longer, I'm probably going to get canceled for something really dumb, I'm going to say. So let's go ahead and raid Cade. 3, 2, 1. Bam, the button's pushed. I'm going to push my evil voice button.
You guys have a good day. Alright? So, hit the outro button. Bam! We're raiding Cade Corvus. Fatality. Flawless victory.